Israel, shalom, shalom, shalom. Hope everybody's doing Tawab today. Shabbat shalom. I want to just give a shout out to all the brothers and sisters that are in the work, committing themselves to the body of Christ. Shout out Cabo Cobb and his congregation in Guatemala, Cali, to Georgia. Hope everybody's doing Tawab. Zaki in Norfolk, Virginia, SOW. SOW Houston, Quatazop, SOW Rochester, New York, Zion. Hope all the brothers and sisters in those cities are doing solid and strong, and to water for everyone in Sword of Truth, San Antonio, and the brothers and sisters who listen to us abroad. To water for your ear, to water for your time, and hopefully we can continue to produce our best teaching possible and our clearest edification, so that the knowledge can continue to push forward. Let's send our prayers to the Most High, and we'll go from there. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Netan Lanawa. Award. Zayawam. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Take all the. That's good. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Netan Lanawa. Rayak. Nayakaka. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Thank you. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Hahawa'ah. Netan Lanawa. Shabbat. B'Shalom. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha.
Ayan Yam.
Aharya. Ba'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Yahweh. Sha'isha. Shemaiah. Ba'aratazah. Ra'ah. Yonathan. Lamawat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Dawam. Shashamariyah. Ana. Yala'ah. Dawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashawamar. Yasharala. Yahweh. Shemariah. Yahweh. Cesaria. Ayo. Yam. Yad. Hashemat. Yala'ah. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Alabanah. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashemariah. Paul. Rod. Yashemar. Pasha. Yahweh. Yashemar. Hawalakia. Wabu'aya. I will love.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayanawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayanawa. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Alahayanawa. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Avanawa. Shabbat Shemaiah. Dash. Hayat. Shamkat. Yahweh. Balak-Wavka. Saba'ah. Ratazak. Hayat. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Dawah. Hayat. Ba'Shemaiah. Netan Lanawa. Chom. Yawam. Wasalachna. Chawatna. Hasalachna. Chawatna. Wala'ah.
Tabianaw.
Walisawan.
Walisawan.
Abo.
Abo.
Amshana.
Amshana.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rad.
Rad.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Mamalakwa.
Mamalakwa.
Waha'ara.
Waha'ara.
Watapa'ara.
Watapa'ara.
Wa'awalamyam.
Wa'awalamyam.
Amen.
Amen. The Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Say commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Achaya.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Panya.
Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a.
La'a.
La'ayna.
La'ayna.
Laka.
Laka.
Fasol.
Fasol.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
La'aibada.
La'aibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a.
La'a.
Talaqwacha.
Talaqwacha.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laquadashwa.
Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
La'amaka.
La'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a.
La'a.
Tharatazat.
Tharatazat.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a.
La'a.
Thana'a.
Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a.
La'a.
Thagana.
Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a.
La'a.
Tha'ina.
Tha'ina.
Shakwar.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a.
La'a.
Thachamad.
Thachamad.
Ko. Ashara.
Ashara.
Lara'aika.
Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Ha'awa'ah. Nithalanawa.
Nithalanawa.
Batawara.
Adawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshua.
Israel, be seated.
Smile, son. Oh.
Okay. The last 2 weeks, we went over what John Hyrcanus and Israel did once Antiochus VII died in battle fighting against the Persians. And once Antiochus VII died, there was a window and a vacuum that opened up. And John Hyrcanus used this vacuum in this window to reclaim as much territory as possible.
So there's an opportunity to reclaim.
It was an opportunity to reclaim the territory he gave up. Don't forget, he gave it up and way more in gold. When that same Antiochus VII encircled Jerusalem and threatened to, and was starving them out in a siege.
Can I ask this question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to overdo the claim because we just got started. But if the Most High gave him an opportunity to reclaim all the lost territories in order for him to take care of the nation again,
Yeah.
by taking out the adversary, does the Most High do the same for us?
And that was what we went into 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
We explained that the Most High understood that John's intent was good. John's intent was right. And because his intent was right, the execution might not have been correct, but the intent and the love for his nation was.
Okay.
So a lot of times the Most High will wink at our ignorance or wink at our thoughts if he understands the intent behind the thought was pure and positive. So what the Most High did is he understood why John made the mistake he made. So he winked at it and opened the door to remove Antiochus VII out the way.
Okay.
And once that was done, John Hyrcanus wisely made adjustments and adaptations and started going back to war to reclaim certain territories. The funny thing is, he didn't necessarily reclaim the territories he lost. He actually went to go to war with countries that were neighboring to him. He ended up fighting the Samaritans. He didn't give Antiochus VII Samaria. He actually just went to war with those Samaritans that had given him problems. He went to war with what do you call it, a war? Because the territories, honestly, the territories that he gave Antiochus VII was in that light pink gray area. I mean, not gray, but that like beige pink area. That's what he gave him. He gave him the tax territories, and he gave him Jaffa or Joppa. He gave them that port city which we had control over, and he gave them all of the taxation rights of the lands that we had. But once Antiochus VII died, he started going to war with the Samaritans up north, Shechem and Samaria. Then he went down and started fighting Edom, and he went east and took out Medeba. So these were countries that we didn't have jurisdiction over. But he went to war because once Antiochus VII was dead, these nations were exposed, and he ended up taking them out or going to war with them and subjugating them to taxation or scenarios like that. So we're going to go into, the reality is still this: Jerusalem and all those areas in the light beige pink color, they're still on paper Greek territory. It's still Greek territory, but there's just nobody to enforce the taxation and to enforce that the Jews give up this money and give up these resources yet. So you got to understand, this is not the digital age. So everything is still in horse and buggy.
Yeah.
So if one guy dies, who's collecting taxes?
Good question.
There's still this fight for power in Greece, or amongst the not in Greece, amongst the solution line in Antioch. Okay, there's a vacuum that these Edomites have to fight the sons of Antiochus VII and the sons of just those Edomites that were in power. They're fighting for power. So while they're fighting for power, Antiochus is taking advantage of, not Antiochus, but John Hyrcanus is taking advantage of this, taking out the Samaritans, taking out the Edomites.
And haven't we seen this situation or dynamic happen multiple times, where the Most High will give us an opportunity to regain our footing by having our adversaries or opposers have a confusion in their own house?
Now we're going to go into that. We're going into that, but the answer is yes. And a lot of times the Most High defends us by creating confusion amongst the nations because of our obedience. So, and for the record, we've been trying and attempting these last 3 weeks to explain, John Hyrcanus made a decision that ended up backfiring on us later on. Part of that was because of bad decision making on his end, and part of that was because of our own wickedness. Because if we weren't wicked, these arenas ended up biting us in the tail, would never have bit us in the tail. We go into these issues and these explanations over these last few weeks so we can understand better strategy-wise. I remember Shams One pulled out something in the Josephus to talk about
how David said that all the records of war were written down.
Yep.
And you use that as a method of history, so that an archive, so you know what to do in the next battle.
Like that example concerning the guy that got up. It was don't tell me. It was in Judges, and there was a woman who threw a rock from the top of the castle
And hit the guy's
and hit him in the head. I forgot. It was it was one of the sons of not Gideon, but
Persian?
No, sons of Persia.
No.
It's in Judges.
Yeah, but the guy that wasn't the guy Persian?
No, he was an Israelite. He was an Israelite that killed all of his brothers.
Okay.
And took power. You remember his name?
Yeah, start with a J.
Not Jephthah. It wasn't Jephthah. It was it doesn't matter. It was the son of the guy who had like 50 kids, 50 sons, and he swore, Gideon. He swore, "I'm not doing this. I don't want to be a king, but just give me gold and a scepter. But I don't want to be a king."
Yeah.
And then he had all of his kids, and he had one bastard kid. He had one bastard kid that was living in Shechem. So his mother was a nation, and he was jealous of his position. So he killed all of his brothers and took the throne.
Yeah.
Point is, that guy was killed by a woman. And David used that as an explanation about you have to learn. Remember, what's happened is, at the time they were besieging a territory. And he told Joab, you guys shouldn't have got too close. Shouldn't have got so close when you besieged.
Well, he blamed it on Uriah's downfall.
Yes, exactly.
As being a lesson of
military tactics,
military strategy.
But it wasn't though, right?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was a setup, really.
But we're trying to explain the whole point.
Yeah.
That's all the details. But he was explaining that when you're in a siege, you can't get that close, and you got to use the story of Gideon's son as an example about not getting too close when you're sieging a country. Point is this: what am I trying to say? We're doing the same thing in 2026 in regards to learning what's a better way, strategy-wise, to handle certain spiritual situations and dilemmas. We're bringing it back to that, and that's why we're going through these scenarios. But not once in these classes are we going to explain that John Hyrcanus, his intent was negative or evil or wicked. It was maybe misguided or uneducated or didn't have all the clarity.
Maybe naive in a sense.
But even Paul said we look through a glass darkly. All of us are looking through scenarios with a partial view, not with a clear view. So because we're looking at things in life with a partial view and not a clear view, we have to make sure our intent is pure.
Yeah.
Our motivations are pure. That's what we can control. Our motivations and our intent, why we do what we do. And do we allow our brothers and sisters around us to attack our intent and motivations before we make a decision off of something that we're looking at from a partial perspective.
Yeah.
So that's something we got to be conscious of as leaders of our own homes, leaders in a camp, brothers and officers in the body. So all that being the case, we still forfeited our territory to the Greeks, but we're fighting our enemies to the north, south, east, and west. So what we're going to do is go back into Josephus, book 13, chapter 9. We're going to read paragraph 1. Now we're going to go to paragraph 2 also to continue in the story. Because what paragraph 2 talks about is once John Hyrcanus is done fighting the wars with the Samaritans and the Edomites and the people of Medeba, now we have to deal with who's calling the shots in our territory. Who's calling the shots in our land? We are around 125 BC. Times are shifting. When we go over to the history of the world, the Romans start getting into power in 227 BC. They get into full power in 27 BC. So we're still in that middle ground where the Romans are surging in their position, but they're still not at their peak. Rome is closer to that republic they were talking about, that strong nation.
Was Rome just getting their footing?
Don't forget, Rome, for the most part, is just getting their footing fighting westward of Rome, taking out countries of Gaul, which is present-day France, working their way down to Spain, and also working their way through North Africa. Carthage. This is the time period that's actually happened. But they haven't gotten the full power with Caesar Augustus, and they haven't even gotten to Caesar. They haven't even gotten to Julius Caesar yet.
So this is like a biblical version of Game of Thrones. Yeah, people. I'm just asking.
I don't even want to go there really yet. Not necessarily. It's not Game of Thrones yet. All it is the Greeks are rising. The Romans are rising, and the Greeks are on the down end of their empire. Let's just keep it simple. The Greeks are at the down end. The Ptolemies are barely treading water, and the Seleucid line is falling apart
The
also.
Ptolemies are probably ruled by women at that point.
Almost. They're almost ruled by the Cleopatras.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet, but it's on that path. And you have your Antiochus line, or the Seleucid line. They're falling apart at the seams. The funny thing is, actually, at this point is where Cleopatra first starts popping her head out. But it's Cleopatra up in the north, not Cleopatra in the south. Yeah. There's a Cleopatra. The first one you start reading about is one of the ones that was sent to be married to Antiochus VII. She's a Cleopatra. So now we're going to read about Cleopatra's sons vying for power after Antiochus VII dies, and all the little back and forth Game of Thrones type scenario happening there. But the famous Cleopatra doesn't happen until we get to like the 60s and 50s BC. Anyway, so let's do this. Josephus, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 1 and 2. Karai, let's get started.
Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala.
Correct. Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashala. Emerging. Whoop. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakatam.
Yashabakatah. All right. Are there any questions so far? Okay. I just want to make sure for the record, we're going into detail about John Hyrcanus, but not one time they would say he was wicked. It's not about wickedness. But it's important that we go through these scriptures to understand how these actions end up stinging us down the line. Okay? So now let's keep going. Paragraph 1.
Kind. Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 1. But when Hyrcanus heard of the death of Antiochus, he presently made an expedition against the cities of Syria, hoping to find them destitute of fighting men, and of such as were able to defend them. However, it was not till the 6th month that he took Medeba, and that not without the greatest distress of his army. After this, he took Samega and the neighboring places, and besides these, Shechem and Gerizim, and the nation of the Cuthians.
What he's saying is they took out Shechem, Samaria, the people above Israel in that northern kingdom slot. Read on. And the Cuthians were the original names of the people that were sent by the Assyrian Empire as transplants to Jerusalem to live the land after they reoccupied the land and took us out of the land and sent us to Assyria. Okay? Read on.
Right. Who dwelt at the temple which resembled that temple which was at Jerusalem, and which Alexander permitted Sanballat, the general of his army, to build for the sake of Manasseh, who was son-in-law to Jabin, the high priest, as we have formerly related, which temple was now deserted 200 years after it was built.
And we went into all that history numerous times, so I'm not going to go there now. Read on.
Hyrcanus took also Dora and Marissa, cities of Idumea, and subdued all the Idumeans, and permitted them to stay in that country, if they would circumcise their genitals, and make use of the laws of the Jews. And they were so desirous of living in the country of their forefathers, that they submitted to the use of circumcision and the rest of the Jews' ways of living. At which time, therefore, this befell them, that they were hereafter no other than Jews.
And that's the scary part, is that once they were subdued, they called themselves Jews. And now we understand how much of a curse that is.
They got fringes on.
They got fringes on. And the scariest part is our law was not to have any pictures in the house. Our laws forbade us to have images of us. And Esau used that to their advantage. It's not that they would forecast this, but there's no archaeological evidence that it was black people that called themselves Jews. You can't prove it. All you can go over is historical evidence of other nations of how they depict them. And that's the scary thing. Now, we know what the scriptures say. The Bible says it. People want to attack it all the time. But it's almost like the fact that we didn't have self-portraits almost ends up backfiring against us. Because if there's no self-portrait, who's to say the white man ain't the Jew? Especially with what's happening and transpiring right here with these Edomites. Anyway, let's continue in paragraph 2.
Done. Paragraph 2. But Hyrcanus, the high priest, was desirous to renew the league of friendship that they had with the Romans.
So now listen, Hyrcanus still understands that the Jew is what? The Jew is still a vassal. We're still vassals. As much as Israel wants to talk about we're kings and kings and kings and queens and all that crazy malarkey, we're still vassals. And Mosai has had the conditions set up that we can't establish freedom to operate on any level without the white man's approval.
We're not sovereign.
That is a reminder that we can't get around on any level. We still got to serve Esau. We still got to follow the white man and pay our taxes and pay our tribute somewhere in exchange for being protected and looked after.
I think we had a great man one time that wanted to liberate the black man on the east side of San Antonio at Mars Hill. He was going to break the curse that we had in the whole nation.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of time people say that.
Yeah.
People talk about these wars and anarchy. I'm like, bro, are you serious?
You're going to have an anarchy and take over the white man position and then sell drugs to the black community and use that money to fund the revolution.
It's so ridiculous.
This is the reason why we're still in slavery.
It's so ridiculous. And if people really take time to look at all quote unquote revolutions were funded by some Edomite entity, there's never been a solo dolo black funded revolution that's actually worked. These are the facts.
Only in Haiti.
And did that really work? And did that really create independence? Not really.
Well, Levi came.
No. Let me clarify. I declare. Well, I declare. Because what is the situation? The Levites, I was literally watching a PBS documentary about this literally like 2 days ago. And there was a black guy saying it, so I was like, okay, man, let me give him a shot. Because there was some Edomite hate, like, I'm not buying this guy. But the black guys were saying, listen, the Haitians did gain independence. But guess who sat back here and forced them to give reparations back to France?
Good question.
The United States.
Yeah.
The United States came back X amount of years later and said, you know what, you guys? We're not going to let you run around here and smile and be independent. What we're going to do is make you guys sit back here and pay reparations to France. And they paid reparations to France for literally like 200 years.
Yeah.
Some crazy amount of time they were paying France and paying debts. So the question is this. How free were they? And this is what I didn't know. You know what the French did? I mean, you know what the Levites did in reaction to being free from slavery?
Come on.
Think about what the Levites did.
I don't know.
Because think about this. The United States made them pay war indemnities and taxes to France, right? Now, that might not have been a bad thing, right? Until the Haitians made a declaration that we're going to burn all of our plantations. Because anything that reminded us of slavery, we're going to get rid of it.
Okay.
But that's stupid. That's your food. That's how you make money.
Oh, no. They burn the house or the...
No. They didn't burn slave plantations. They burned the crops. Because anything that made them remember slavery, they got rid of it.
Well, we do it all the time.
That's stupid black people stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. Why would you sit back here and destroy all the mechanisms that you need to feed yourself? Can you just sit back here and keep the stinking plantations and give people money for it?
You hate the sugar cane?
You hate. I hate sugar cane. I hate sugar. We ain't have no sugar on in Haiti.
There won't be no damn sugar out
there. There ain't gonna be no farms because farm runs to slavery. There ain't gonna be no farm machinery because it reminds us of the slave trade. Like, what are you talking about? That's stupid. What are you gonna say, sis? This is what Levi did.
Something like that with they're trying to get rid of all the statues of the slave owners and stuff now.
Yeah.
But it's in a sense it's kind of fueling this whole elite black history piece.
Well, yes, Marx.
And so not that they're making money on that, but it's very similar to let's get rid of. We don't like old slave owners, so let's get rid of them.
Well, that's similar, but this is worse because the Lord gives each nation and a land and a natural resource so you can survive. Since the Levites decided they want to get rid of all their sugar, all of a sudden Cuba became the sugar capital of the world. So you just blew up. You just sat back here and blew up Cuba's natural resources because you want to sit back here and cut your leg off despite your foot.
They smile.
No, you know I'm so mad at you, foot. I'm gonna cut my leg off because I'm pissed off my foot. Yeah. That's what we did. So now you have to sit back here and you can't even walk no more because you was mad at your foot. That's ridiculous. On top of, you cut off your natural resources, you don't do no sugar no more, and you got to pay taxes to the French. So how you going to eat? Now you're in super poverty. Now you're in super poverty because you're just so anti-slavery that you forgot that this is a business that you can use to sustain your people and feed your people. So how are you people going to eat? That's crazy.
That don't matter.
I ain't saying it ain't gonna be slavery. It's no different than the Jew that had a bad experience in a camp, and all of a sudden don't want to do a camp no more.
Oh.
How about the same damn thing?
Oh, it's the same thing.
So because you had bad leadership and bad things happen when you're in the camp, now all of a sudden camps don't work? The system's broken? That doesn't make sense. It's the same. It's that same 1700s Haitians thinking.
Yeah. Let's
just completely scrap anything that can possibly work because it reminded me of bad times. That's how simple we can think sometimes.
Well, we do it all the time.
We do it all. That's why I try to bring it to a camp scenario. Everybody's against camps because there was just minor faults in decision making and leadership.
I don't believe in camps no more.
Well, it's no different than the Jew that sat back here, and because there was a bad Levite priest, now that gives me jurisdiction to sit back and kill my own animals in high places now. Because I didn't like this high priest during my time, so let me go ahead and I know how to skin animals. I know how to sit back here and cut them in the stomach and the entrails. I know how to sit back and put the blood on the altar. I can burn the kidneys in the stomach. I can do that. I can do it on the barbecue. Shit, I can do it. It's the same concept. Because I experienced scenarios that weren't good. Now let me be independent and not serve anymore. Because you still have to, if you didn't want to serve the French, you still got to serve the nation. You still got to serve the people. You got to create a mechanism so that people can sustain themselves. That is insanity. Y'all understand? But this is how we move so much. And we wonder why the Most High just keeps punishing us. It's crazy. I saw that. I'm like, why in the hell would you give up farming because you were a slave and had to farm? You know, what else was you going to do in Haiti when that's what you have? You got the bush.
You know what? I had a guy that we were about to move, and he was getting a divorce, but he had an acre of land. He had an acre of land. He had a house that was around about $800,000 house on an acre of land. and he wanted to sell it because he got a divorce.
I remember that.
And he said, I said, man, why you want to sell it? He says, too many memories.
Start with new pictures and paint the house. Put new pictures and new paint.
Yeah, I said, well, how much you paying on your mortgage? He said $1,300 a month.
Man, that's a good deal. Tripping, bro.
I said, you paying $1,300. I said, you paying apartment rent. I said, man, you're paying apartment rent for
Acre of land.
an $800,000 house, 5-bedroom house on an acre of land. You paying $1,300 a month, and you want to sell it because of the memories?
Yeah.
Because you got bad
You know
memories.
people are sentimental like that?
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, you can make some new memories.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You have a lot of fun over there.
Man.
You can move out. You can move out. Let somebody live there.
I said,
Just
rent it out.
take it
Rent the house out. Just rent it out. Build a house in the back. You got enough land.
That's what I'm saying. You can build a house in the back. Make some new
Yeah,
memories.
TP and be all right. You're living for free down there in this society.
In this society. And he's a veteran, so he don't pay no tax, no property taxes.
And he had some good records. He had some really good records.
He did that.
That's insane.
But you know what?
The thinking is insane.
I remember you were bringing up something. Did he ever come to his senses or no?
He stayed a little bit longer. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he stayed a little bit longer.
Didn't his brother try to say, man, stay there, man?
Yeah, his brother even told him, man, you're tripping, man. You need to go and keep that house.
But it was a hurtful thing to happen to him.
Yeah. Who gives a damn?
I'm not saying
You got listen. Them numbers make it all right.
Yeah.
You can spend some money to change how the thing looks.
Even if he went and bought a
that.
smaller house, he'd be paying more and more.
That's
Because
good.
you know the problem is the thought of what happened to you is going to travel wherever you go.
Right.
You think it's going to change because you change buildings?
Yep.
Well, Israel is too sentimental.
That's the point I'm trying to say. That sentiment crap, it cripples you. They're so focused on slavery. You gonna work on the field regardless, because that was the times.
That's a society.
That was society. You're gonna be in the field one way or the other.
There's working crops in India. They weren't in slavery. They working crops in Africa. They weren't in slavery.
They're working crops everywhere is the point. That's insanity. Why so late? When that text comes from.
You had to drop somebody off.
Okay, always something. All right, so we got that so far, right? So I don't know how we went from Haiti to, how we got to the Haitians, but
Well,
how did we get to the Haitians?
I can say this.
How did we get there?
I don't remember, but
How did we get there?
We went to Haiti because you were talking about how
I just want to get that point.
you said there was no black independent nations.
Yeah. And then you said Haiti.
I said Haiti was
And I said, and then we went into not so fast.
Well, we're always
they were in economic.
Okay.
They were in economic slavery.
Yep.
There was no independence from economic.
Debt slaves.
And then I said, oh yeah. On top of that, they stopped farming because it gave them trauma.
Well, it goes back to the spirit of us running from discipline in general. Israel in general, no matter what the scenario is, they leave their parents' house, they run from discipline. They get older, they run from discipline. They get children, they have to take care of those children, but part of them yearns for discipline or freedom.
Yep.
It's the yearning for freedom, quote unquote, and the running from structure that puts us in a position of debt and poverty.
So what you're saying is, listen,
This is the human condition now.
this is what people do. Bringing it to a household as a young person. A young person will see dysfunction somewhere in an arena and cling on to dysfunction to justify why you still have to work. You still have to be obedient and disciplined. What does discipline have to do? Why do we discard discipline and work ethic? Because we see dysfunction in the house. Just because you experience dysfunction doesn't mean you're supposed to lose respect. You still have to maintain respect even though you see dysfunction. Because what we'll do is we'll see dysfunction in the arena, and then all of a sudden that gives me carte blanche to be disrespectful, and then we'll go to a job and see dysfunction in the job and give us license to be disrespectful. You're going to sit back here and you can see the flaw in any arena or anything place you're put in. So because you can see dysfunction in your coach. Does that mean you don't follow your coach? You don't listen to your coach because he's hypocritical? He treats the superstars better than everybody else? Well, guess what? That's life.
How about this?
So now you're going to sit back here and get angry that you don't like You don't like them. You want to sit back and be nitpicky on the imperfections of things. What about your imperfections? You see that point? We'll take the little trauma we go through, but even through the trauma we're going through, there's still fundamental things you have to embrace and lock into.
We use
if you're going to grow in life.
Trauma as justification to erase our investment in the disciplines that work.
Yes.
We don't know the difference. There is a difference from what doesn't work and what does work structurally.
And that has nothing to do with whatever flaw you see at the top. We try to sit back here and teach brothers, young officers, about being a great example. Because the better of an example you are, the less of a reason a person has to quit. But the reality is, even if there is an imperfect example, the person who's learned the lesson doesn't have an excuse to be out of order. They still don't have an excuse. But people it's more convenient to establish an excuse because of what? Because we don't want to face the realities of what we have to fix.
We don't agree with them.
Good.
We didn't agree. Listen, whether your parent was perfect or not, you didn't want to wash those clothes. Can't nobody say
And how about whether slavery was there in Haiti or not? You just didn't want to do the work.
Yeah, about that.
How about that? You just didn't want to work the fields. And look at your nation was hurting economically because they didn't want to work the fields.
This is your opportunity to be independent and maintain the same yoke.
Doesn't mean you're lazy. Just because you're independent doesn't mean you're going to be lazy.
Yeah.
You got to ask yourself, how much of it is it a bad example versus how much of it is it an excuse?
And this is what Israel, our people, a lot of times do when it comes to like working for the white man. How much of it is white man injustice, and how much of it is just Israel being lazy, and not wanting to have to get up in the morning and do what it takes? Right or wrong?
Maybe.
This is what we have to figure out. How much of it is legitimate trauma, and how much of it is you just using that as a reason not to do your job? Anyway, let's get back to our point. Paragraph 2 from the top.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 13, Chapter 9, Paragraph 2. It says, but Hyrcanus, the high priest, was desirous to renew the league of friendship they had with the Romans. Accordingly, he sent an ambassador to them, and when the Senate had received their epistle, they made a league of friendship with them, after the manner following.
Stop. So this is John Hyrcanus, after his father Simon, his uncle Jonathan, and his uncle Judas did the same thing when they were in power. They sent ambassadors to the Romans. The Romans and the Romans hear it and they respond because each of these brothers and uncles sat back here and understood the only way to get leverage and independence from the Greeks is to go to a bigger, stronger, fairer beast.
Yeah.
Now, this is the issue with the Greeks. The difference between the Greeks and the Romans was that the Romans cared less about religion. The Romans cared less about culture and were more focused on paying bills and taxation. The Greeks were overly focused on culture changing, getting people to live and act the Greek way.
Yeah.
That was the major difference, at least philosophically. Because when the Romans got to their peak, they weren't sitting back here trying to get people to culturally tap into being a Roman. They were pushing Roman citizenship.
Yeah.
They would push Roman citizenship for taxation purposes. Mm-hmm. You get tax advantages, but it was a freedom of religion, and the Romans didn't interfere in that. And that was the difference. Okay? So, let's continue.
God. Line 260. Fannius, the son of Marcus, the praetor, gathered the Senate together on the 8th day before the Ides of February in the Senate house. When Lucius Manlius, the son of Lucius, of the Menton tribe, and Caius Sempronius, the son of Caius.
Come on, huh?
I don't know these words. These words out there.
I'm just messing.
These are
Of
different.
the-
These
of
are
the-
different. This is different Roman pronunciation. I get it, bro. Keep
of
going.
the Philistian tribe were present. The occasion was that the ambassadors sent by the people of the Jews, Simon, the son of Dosithenes, and Apollonius, the son of Alexander, and Diodorus, the son of Jason, who were good and virtuous men, had somewhat to propose about that league of friendship.
So these guys, Jason and Alexander, were Israelites who was the go-between, the middlemen between John Hyrcanus and the Romans. Read on.
It says, and mutual assistance which subsisted between them and the Romans.
So these guys were middlemen for quite a long time, brokering these relationships between the Jews and the Romans. Read on.
And about other public affairs, who desired that Joppa and the havens and Gazara and the springs of Jordan and the several other cities and countries of theirs, which Antiochus had taken from them in the war.
So here we go. Now what these ambassadors of Israel are approaching the Romans about is reclaiming that territory of Joppa. Why was Joppa so important? Joppa was that port city where you can make money. So they're sitting back and saying, hey, Gaza, which was also one of our strongholds that we had won against the Philistines, that John Hyrcanus originally was the leader of while Simon was alive. They said, we want Gaza back, Joppa, that port city, and the territories of Judea and the springs of Jordan, and all the several other cities and countries which Antiochus had taken from them in war. Read on.
Contrary to the decree of the Senate, might be restored to them, and that it might not be lawful for the king's troops to pass through their country.
So they're going to Rome to try to get that backing and protection of the Romans so that the Greeks can't come in there and just re-besiege them. Because the problem is, once the next king gets in here, it's the same. Listen, they've been having these letters of assistance going on for quite a long time. The Romans have said, yeah, we'll back you, treaty. But the Romans have yet to flex their muscle. No, let me take it back. The Romans flexed their muscle once. And during the time of Simon, said, back off the Jews, give them their lands. So they said it once. But this new king didn't listen. Antiochus VII didn't listen, encircled him. Now he's dead. So they got to go back to the Romans and ask the Romans to flex on them again. And say, back off these Jews. They're ours. They're our boys. They sending us money. Because really that's what we're having to do.
Yeah.
Read on. It ain't like we're doing it for free. Romans ain't doing it for free. That gold shield was big money.
Yeah, we're assets to the Romans. Period.
And listen, and you think it's going to stop with the big shield? These guys are Romans. These guys are your Italians, huh?
You
You don't sit back and make my money in time? F you, pay me.
Yeah.
You don't sit back here and you loan your bills? F you, pay me. That's what this is still.
That's the spirit.
They're like, but you know the Romans are like, you're going to need Joppa. Because you're going to need to make money. You need that port city. So we can make money. That's what it's saying. Listen,
We need that.
Well, what do you need for us to make money? You need Gaza? For us to make money, you can have Gaza. What you need the salt flats so we can make money? Because we need salt
Whatever
too.
it is.
We need salt. So I think this works out for us. Well, what we gonna get on it? What you gonna get on my 40? What you gonna put on my 40? It's still the same thing. What you gonna put on my 40?
Yeah.
Listen, you can have all the sovereignty you want. You want to do your freedom of religion? Cool, whatever, man. You want your Jerusalem city? Cool.
Praise your God.
Listen,
We
praise
want
your
that.
God. We want that salt. We want that salt. We want some of that oil.
Trade routes.
We want it. We want in. Let's be partners. Right?
We got the muscle. You got the money.
Yeah. And you got the back. You got the strong backs. And you got that can-do attitude. So we'll work it. Let's do it. And if it's going to sit back here and put a monkey wrench with the Greeks, cool. But obviously, The Romans are saying, Greeks, you can't mess with us no more. You can't mess with them no more. So who got the most power now?
Oh,
Rome. Big bank takes little bank.
Facts.
Right?
Yep.
All those little psychological tactics. The Romans are the up and comers now.
They're the hungriest too.
They're the hungry and they're the strongest. Listen, the Romans took down Antiochus III when the Seleucids were at their peak. They had a superior navy. But it's a difference between having a stronger fighting group than to be able to manage all that land and territory. That's why they haven't taken it over yet. Because they would have to take and cover from Turkey all the way to Parthia. And that's a large space of jurisdiction. So instead of worrying about all that space, let's just find allies over there that are on our side until we get there. That makes sense? Let them grovel over Turkey and all those Walla Walla tribes east of them. They were getting their butts kicked to the Parthians and the Persians. All right, let's continue.
Line 262. And that it might not be lawful for the king's troops to pass through their country, and the countries of those that are subject to them, and that what attempts Antiochus had made during that war, without the decree of the Senate.
Because what happened is, Antiochus VII was out of pocket to invade Jerusalem without getting clearance from their daddy, which is the Romans. Antiochus was out of pocket, but you know what all Antiochus needed? He needed money. He needed resources. He needed opportunities to make money and gather his strength up in the first place. This is why they make moves like this. Read on.
It says, might be made void.
So what they're trying to do is go to Rome to make void that surrender that we did to Antiochus VII. We waved the white flag, gave all that money for nothing. If we just would have held out and sent ambassadors to Rome, that was an option too. When we were being besieged, just send word to our middlemen in Rome and have them come and help us out. We weren't thinking, man. We weren't thinking. But keep going.
It says, and that they would send ambassadors who should take care that restitution be made them of what Antiochus had taken from them,
Mm-hmm.
and that they should make an estimate of the country that had been laid waste in the war.
So now they're saying, we're asking that we can sit back here and give a cost of what we need in reparations, because he wasted certain areas and certain towns, and we need money to rebuild this. This is no different than what happens in war after for instance, in war, the loser has to pay all the war debts to rebuild the country. Okay? To rebuild both sides. This is why countries like Germany had been in like perpetual debt for many years after World War I and II, because they had to pay for all the war debts. So what they're saying is the Greeks were out of pocket, and we're trying to get the Greeks to pay for all these war debts. Read on.
And that they will grant them letters of protection to the kings and free people, in order to their quiet return home.
And also what they're saying is all the Jews in different countries, can they get letters of protection so they can come home unimpeded? Listen, we're trying to sit back and double down on all the protections and guarantees we can get to get these Greeks off of us.
That's a big request, though.
I know. It's a big request, and you're going to read the Romans and give us all of it. Romans and give us all. We was asking for the whole kit and caboodle.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for.
And the Romans like, I don't know about that. They still white folks.
Yeah.
Remember in Django when they were like, so we supposed to treat him like white folks? No. That's not what I said. They said no. That guy said no. We ain't going that far. We're going to treat him as a guest. You get the point. We're gonna get these black boys a little bit of reparation. We ain't going crazy with it. We ain't going to treat them like white folks. So let's keep that in mind. Keep reading.
line 264. It was therefore decreed as to these points to renew their league of friendship and mutual assistance with these good men, and who were sent by a good and friendly people.
Mm-hmm.
But as to the letters desired, their answer was that the Senate would consult about that matter when their own affairs would give them leave.
When we get time, we'll get with y'all when we get a chance to do it. We'll put you on the docket. But it ain't like we're going to sit back here and make you party. We still have Roman business, Roman conquest, and we'll deal with the matter when the time comes. Read on.
So he's maintaining. They're maintaining their structure. Their priorities.
Just because one nation is crying, don't mean we're going to sit back here and stop business. Our business continues to go on, and when your issue comes up, we'll deal with it. Read on.
And that they would endeavor for the time to come that no like injury should be done them.
He says, at least now for the time being, we'll make sure that no injury hits the nation. We'll send word out to the Greeks not to come back and fight y'all. Read on.
And that their praetor, Phanius should give them money out of the public treasury to bear their expenses home.
And what we'll do, we'll send some money out of pocket to get your ambassadors back home to Jerusalem untouched. Read on.
And thus did Phanius dismiss the Jewish ambassadors and gave the money out of the public treasury and gave the decree of the Senate to those that were to conduct them and to take care that they should return home in safety.
So that's all they promised so far. We got to come together. We'll make sure your ambassadors get home safe. And we'll get these Greeks to back off of you for now until we iron out the nuts and bolts of this peace treaty to make sure we don't completely cut off these Romans. Because we'd rather have them still control the area than y'all control the area. We'll just give you guys concessions and we'll talk about these concessions. But once again, what I want to do now is go back into the history of this relationship before we go further in the topic. So let's get to First Maccabees, Slaki. First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 1 and 2, and then 17 and 32. I'm gonna you gotta get off that. Let's get that one on this now.
Here's a pull up.
Well, soon. I just want to make sure because that's a lot of information. I want that to be stuck there. Okay, let's read First Maccabees 8, verse 1 and 2, and then we jump to verse 17.
Yeah. First Maccabees chapter 8, verse 1. Now Judas had heard of the fame of the Romans, that they were mighty and valiant men, and such as would lovingly accept all that join themselves unto them, and make a league of enmity with all that came unto them, and that they were men of great valor. It was told him also of their wars and noble acts, which they had done among the Galatians.
Their noble acts against the Galatians was against the people of Gaul, and that was present-day France. Read on.
And how they had conquered them and brought them under tribute. Verse 17. In consideration of these things, Judas chose Epidolomus, the son of John, the son of Achos, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and sent them to Rome.
See, we read about Jason in the Josephus. Jason was one of those ambassadors that had been chosen to be that ambassador to Rome since the time of Judas. Okay, so Judas had enough foresight to realize in the midst of these battles with the Greeks that you had to start beginning to build relationships with nations before you can actually even ask favors of them. This is something important about relationship building. This is a good lesson. Listen, it took 3 brothers dying and the nephew to come about before the favors to start really kicking in. Or to be specific, it took his death, Jonathan's death, and then Simon at the peak of his leadership before the relationship starts to bear fruit. This is something for brothers and sisters to be conscious of. If people want friends, relationships, and bonds, you have to invest for free for many months before there's something that comes back for you. A lot of us want to invest into friendship and think because you do something nice one day or 2 days, you're supposed to be the bestest friend ever in the world.
You owe me.
And how come you didn't come through for me when I needed you? Listen, John is sitting back here building bonds. I mean, Judas is building bonds. And I don't have the exact year, but this had to be in the 160s, 150s BC. And now all of a sudden we're in 125 or so BC. This is a 25 to 30 year relationship that is being built before it actually bears fruit. Why is that important? Because it takes a lot of giving, and honestly a lot of one-way giving in a relation before you see something coming back to you. That's just something that people who don't understand friendship have to be conscious of. Sisters want sisterhood like a mug, but don't want to put nothing in for free for a long stretch of time. And they wonder why they don't have any friends. A lot of people they can count on. You know, Scripture says they had a friend must show themselves friendly, but what does that mean? To show yourself friendly means to give for free for an extended period of time or an undisclosed period of time. And then once you invest for an undisclosed period of time, then over time you'll start getting things coming back to you.
And Sasha always harps on the point about people that do things with strings attached.
Mm-hmm.
This is the reason why there's this buffer period of giving and investing for free, because it'd be easy for you to say, okay, I'm your friend, now I want a deal. I'm your friend too, and I want a deal. And I gave this to you, so now give this to me. That's a person that's partially using the friendship clause as a manipulation tactic, because I'm using that just to get what I want. I'm playing friendships for transaction purposes, for return purposes. When sincerity is measured by how long you can give for free without resentment.
And the funny thing is, that's how you make friends, and that's how you build a relationship with the Most High. They're both the same. And in both instances, we want to give a little and get a lot back. We want to put a little into it and get maximum return when it comes to friendships and it comes to building a relationship with the Most High. And it means like you give very little and want a lot back. You think because you study for 30 minutes a week, you're supposed to get the blessings of Moses? Because you work a job? And because you're married and you work a job, that makes you special and deserve blessings? So you weren't going to work a job whether you were married or not? You weren't going to work 2 jobs whether you were married or not? To feed yourself? To feed your own face? Yep. Now all of a sudden you're righteous? Think about that. We'll sit back here and do things in our marriage that you was going to do in the world anyway. And tell yourself you deserve these blessings back in return. Yes, sis?
What's the difference between
It's the intent behind it. And it's the purity behind it. And it's the attitude while you're doing it. So, a lot of times, like I said, people work 2 jobs in the world to get paid. Mm-hmm. Right? What's the difference? Unless you're doing it for the right reason. So, if you're doing it for the right reason, the $1 million question is, are you angry while you're doing it? Is there vexation while you're doing it? Then maybe the intention ain't pure. It's just because you start off doing something with the right intention. I'm doing it for the Lord. Okay? So when you get to day 60, you get to day 95. Are you still doing it with gladness and joyfulness of heart? Maybe you're not doing it for the Lord. What's that?
That's a time tell.
That's what time tells. Because time lets you know, can you keep repeating this service with gladness and joyfulness of heart? People can say they're doing things for the Lord, but can you maintain positivity? Can you maintain a clear spiritual mindset while doing these things for the Lord?
I like what Matthew Henry says. He says, "Time is the trier of all truth." You know, just things will manifest itself over time. Your intentions will manifest because, you know, when there's a lot of zealous ambition that we have when we want something, but we cloud it with justification, and we wrap it in paper like a Christmas package with the I'm doing this for the Lord. So I did this for God Christmas wrapping on it with a bow tie on it. But I really didn't do it for the Lord. It just wrapped in the paper. I did it for the Lord. But over time, you'll find the Most High will reveal why'd you do it,
God.
and do you love me? And that's why when you read in Deuteronomy chapter 8, he said that's why he said the children of Israel through the wilderness. If you can get that down in Deuteronomy chapter 8 verse 2.
Yep.
What
To see your heart.
what it was about is to find out if I take the conveniences away, if I take the modern conveniences away. And if I take you get rewarded in an instance away, and you ain't got to work for it, then let me see your mind frame after that. Read that thou one.
1 through 4. Is it 1 through 4?
No, just like 2 and 3.
Deuteronomy chapter 8 and verse 2. And thou shalt remember all the ways which the Lord thy power led thee these 40 years in the wilderness.
So we're supposed to take the wilderness as a long-term lesson. Read on.
To humble thee.
To do what?
To humble thee.
What else?
And to prove thee.
And to do what?
To prove thee.
Why did the Most High said you were supposed to remember the wilderness so that the wilderness was a test? Read on.
To know what was in thine heart.
Read on.
Whether thou wouldest keep his commandments or no.
So the whole 40 years of wandering in the wilderness was to find out what's inside your heart.
And you know, and that's paralleled to what the Most High is looking at your heart when you're working the 2 jobs. The Most High is looking at your heart when you're raising your family, raising your children, when you're serving your husband. He's still looking at your heart. And you know what the root of looking at a person's heart is? What's your intent? And if things don't go the way you want, do you continue to serve? Is the Most High is the continued priority when things don't go your way? And specifically, is your love for the Most High conditional or not? Is it conditional? Because people don't mind sacrificing if they're getting certain things back.
Yeah.
Israel didn't mind going in the wilderness as long as they were promised this eternal kingdom. Israel didn't mind operating in the desert as long as they had access to water whenever they needed it. Israel didn't mind sitting back here going in the wilderness as long as they had guaranteed food sources whenever they wanted it. So you see the comparison. We don't mind doing the work of the Lord as long as there's certain conveniences along the way. And because that's inside of us, He has to have us do these works of the Most High and not give us those conveniences and still see if you're going to do the work of the Lord for free or not. Am I making clear sense? Because sometimes sisters will sit back here and do all this work and work these jobs, do this to get their husband's attention. But what if they don't get the attention they seek? What if they don't get the thank yous and the waters and the attaboys they seek? Are they going to keep doing the right thing? Are you going to do the right thing because the Most High wants you to do the right thing? Or are you doing it for a reason? That's not about the Most High. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the thing is this: the way you decide what your reason is just to do it for the right reason. Hear me out what I mean. Because a lot of us do good things for the right and wrong reasons. A lot of us come in the truth, partially because we have good intent, and partially because we're selfish, right or wrong. How many of us came in here with the purest, holier than thou mindset at the beginning? Most of us didn't. Some of us came in the truth for security's sake. Some of us came in the truth because their life was chaotic and they were suffering and they were tired of the life they were living. And they were tired of being used and abused in the world, and they wanted something out of it. They wanted a form of stability, which is what you get. Most of us don't realize the magnitude of service your life will become when you walk into these doors, right? So, ultimately, I think I got rid of it, but if you look at life a certain way, we're doing good works
For a benefit.
for a benefit, which means what? We are on a large level.
You're self-serving.
We're missing the mark. We're missing the mark in regards to. I'm looking for that target. I think I don't think I saved it. I got rid of the picture on my computer on the eCam. I'm hoping I might have had it. It's just a target. But showing the target kind of helped because it showed
Reality.
life and how sometimes you come in here and you're trying to shoot the mark and you're trying to live right and you're trying to do all this good stuff. But many times you're far away from. I'm trying to see if I can find it. There it goes. I think I got it. There it is.
Okay.
Perfect. Everything's going to be okay.
Thank the Lord.
I want to show this as a kind of a physical example of what I mean. If you look at the screen, you'll see this target. A lot of us come into truth with the intent to serve the Most High, but most of us aren't hitting the bullseye. So we'll have intentions to do good, but we're really hitting number 6. Look at number 6 on the screen. We're coming to truth and we're shooting to do righteousness, but we're really hitting 6. And it's like a limp 6. So it's kind of like dropping and it just barely hits the 6 mark. But that's our best effort initially. But we have a lifetime to start sharpening our shots and getting the shot to the bullseye mark. So that's how you have to look at your intent. Every time in class, we're supposed to educate one another to start raising the expectation and raising the bar of what the Most High expects from us. But most of us coming into these doors don't know any better. So we're sitting back here having partial good intent with partial selfish intent, thinking we're in the spirit. Now, once you're shown that intent isn't good enough, doesn't make you a fraud. It doesn't make you a wicked, evil person. It just means you're missing the mark. A lot of times in class, sometimes people will take class and fall apart psychologically when you're shown that the effort you're giving isn't enough. But that isn't the purpose of educating Israel, that their effort is lackluster. How else will you know how to please the Most High unless you're shown that what you're giving is missing the mark and it's not good enough? So what we're supposed to do is acknowledge that our intent isn't good enough, re-educate ourselves, and improve the intent, improve the motivation, improve the reason why you're doing it, and maybe you'll jump from shooting that blue mark and going to the beginning of the red mark, which is 7.
It's closer to
the
actual point the Lord wants.
It's closer to the bullseye. So the question is this: in 5 years of serving the Most High, if you've jumped from 6 to 7, have you not grown? But this is how people have to look at their effort. And then you have to quantify this in regards to discipline, mercy, long suffering, pureness of intent, discipline, controlling your anger, humility, patience. In all of these categories, how are you improving your mark, your shooting, your effort? So instead of panicking and saying I'm not good enough because my intent ain't there yet, or I know I have crappy intent, or I know I could be angry, or I know I could be proud, or I know I could be disrespectful or out the spirit, can we sit back here and practice learning how to recalibrate our effort to give greater effort, to be more deliberate in our shots, in our fighting, in our work? Can we sit back here and do our job every day for the Lord with greater accuracy, with greater spiritual accuracy? Is what I'm saying making sense? Because sometimes when you're shown that your effort isn't good enough, what are we saying? Your effort isn't good enough to hit the bullseye. Does that make you the devil? No. What it does is your effort isn't good enough to sit back and tell the Most High, I've done everything I can. Is that a fair assessment? Is it a fair assessment to say that the effort that you're given is not the bullseye? So the Most High is not completely pleased with it. But can I also say that doesn't make you a wicked, evil person and you're going to hell because you ain't there yet?
Can I pull the scriptures?
You will. But the reality is, can you sit back here, acknowledge you're at levels, you're shooting the mark at 7 or possibly 8, but you got 2 or 3 more levels to get to before you can be approved in this one arena.
Or earn a blessing.
Or earn a blessing in this arena. Because there's other arenas you have to tap into, like study habits, discipline and self-control, abstinence, purity of outlook. Can you sit back and make your day to work on hitting them, not missing the mark, and getting sharper at your effort in all of these places?
It makes 1,000%. You know, the saying is real because the Bible says we're supposed to I should show myself as one as my age requires. As one as my age requires. Based off from the amount of scriptures, investment, and counsels I have, there has to be performance of all the information I have received. There has to be a physical performance of all the information.
What verse do you have you've been going to?
I want to pull 3 scriptures.
Okay, listen.
Deuteronomy 18 and 13.
Let's go there first.
Deuteronomy. It really is that.
Deuteronomy.
How else do you say it, man?
It makes it more spiritual. Deuteronomy. 18 and 13. Read. Oh, perfect. This is a great verse. I'm going to put that target on the mark again.
This is the law. This is the law of the Lord.
How about it's in the law?
That's why people don't like the certain things, but I like that.
It's right here.
It's in the law of the Lord.
That's what the Torah talks about.
This is the Torah, y'all. Y'all better pay attention.
Yep.
It really is.
Read that.
Deuteronomy 18.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Just say it.
That was a joke. That was a joke. Okay.
Deuteronomy
come on.
chapter
We can
18.
have everybody say this how it's supposed to be said.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah, read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 13.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy power.
That's what the Bible says, bro. So when you look at this target, you're getting points.
This is how a person who sins misses the mark, means they're not perfect. And we went into this a couple Mondays ago, and we went to another part of the topic, but that's a real thing. To sit back here and choose to, you got to sit back here in every aspect of the work, shoot for that bullseye. Because that is the definition of not sinning. Because if you're not perfect, you are missing the mark. Which means there's good intent in your works, but there's also flaw. And People sit back and look at Deuteronomy 18 and 13 and say, I just have to be perfect and follow the law. But what Christ goes and teaches you, the perfection is in the intent behind doing what you do every day. Because these Pharisees were perfect in the law, and they were still significantly flawed.
But not perfect in intent.
That was my point. So when we're reading about, the reason I'm going into this detail, because people will say, well, that just means perfect in the law. No, that's perfect in your intent, perfect in your motivation, perfect in how you deal with rejection, perfect in how you deal with loss and suffering, and how you deal with the challenges the Lord provides in front of you, just like the Most High gave Israel in the wilderness challenges to see where their heart is at. He puts us through similar challenges in our life to determine where our heart, intentions, and how perfect our motivations are.
And in these 3 scriptures is going to show it.
I'm with you. I'm just setting the tone, man.
Set the tone.
I'm setting
so
the tone.
The Lord says, thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. Nobody wants to hear that. That's uncomfortable. But that's the reality of God.
Yeah.
Right? Deuteronomy 25 and 15. Another extension of that same concept. It's a little more detail.
25 and what?
And 15. Deuteronomy 25 and 15.
How they go from like 40 views to like 10?
Because you put that target out and it's not getting the hell out of here.
literally, like we put the topic. We were at 40, you jumped to 10. People got the hell offline.
What about Hyrcanus, man? Come in here.
I hear about giving more of my spirit and changing. I'm getting off of this. That's crazy.
I'm gonna watch some cat videos. I'll be back when you're done with this.
Cat videos.
Cat videos.
I love it.
Listen, the cats. They got there's no end to how funny they can be. Now, the little cute things they do.
How mischievous.
This is so mischievous.
Oh my God, that was perfect. I had to run like, man, what happened? We didn't change the tone of our voice. We just explained the target.
There's no yelling involved.
There was no screaming. Anyway, I'm sorry. We're just answering questions.
Questions are answered.
We keep going, huh?
I don't like that question.
That's amazing. I ain't like the answer.
Deuteronomy 25 and 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 5.
It's almost like this. Like the monkey again. If I don't see it, it didn't happen. If I don't hear it, I'm not accountable for it.
How dare you question my intention?
It's like this.
Yeah. Listen, I understand, bro. I get it. Cause that's more accountability.
I know that.
And change the channel.
In all of the arenas you have to do in your life, you gotta hit the mark.
I'm not ready for that reality, bro. I'll see you in 3 months.
Yeah. Let me find somebody online talking about the white man.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Deuteronomy 25, 15.
Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 15.
Uh-huh.
But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
Stop. Now the first question said, thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy God. It's not a vague statement. It's introducing the idea. Now we're reading, thou shalt have a perfect and what?
And just weight.
Read.
A perfect and just measure that thou shalt have.
So
shalt thou have.
We're supposed to be just and perfect in our measures, meaning equitable and fair in our execution with people.
Now listen, just for the gainsayers out there.
Yeah.
This is talking about literally when it deals with business.
Yeah.
The literal understanding of this is you can't have false weights and measures when you're selling and buying.
Yeah.
For people that would say, no, that's not what that means. Specifically, so when you're buying and selling, you can't have diverse weights. A weight that says 5, but it's really 2.
Yeah.
A weight that says 10, but it's really 4. Because you'll sit back and you can make money and hustle people if there's a false weight. And I'm saying, well, this is supposed to be 10 pounds of rice or corn, and it's really 4 pounds, but it says 10 on the weight.
Yeah. The bad business practices.
But you can correlate that with what Dawiyat is saying about balance and judgment and how you deal with things in general. I want to have to say it because people will say, does this mean that, is that really what the scripture means? You got to make sure you explain this for people who might want to sit back and pull it out of context.
Okay.
Keep going.
In your business transactions with your people, you're supposed to be a fair person and have perfect and just measures because you're not supposed to extract and take and manipulate your people for your financial gain. It's messed up in the eyes of God. It's a part of being imperfect and impure in the eyes of God. Extracting off your people. Right?
Yeah.
So, keep reading, please.
Verse 15. But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight, A perfect and just measure shalt thou have,
That what?
that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy power giveth thee.
So this is the blessing you get for being perfect. If you hit the bullseye and you're perfect with your measures, the Lord will extend how long you have to be in your land. You'll get the benefit of maintaining your life in the land longer. Now, let's go to Matthew 19, verse 21. Because we're on the concept of being perfect. Right? Deuteronomy 18 and verse 13 says, if thou shalt be perfect, it says, thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy power. Thou shalt be perfect with the Lord thy power. Then we read Deuteronomy 25 and 15. Specifically in your business practices and transactions with your people, to be perfect, you must have perfect measures and perfect weights and perfect balances. You cannot extract off your people in general. It's unfair. You got to be straightforward. All right? No deceptive business practices. Now we're dealing with Matthew 19 and 21.
Matthew chapter 19 and verse 21.
What did Yahushua say?
Yahushua said unto him, if thou wilt be perfect,
Stop.
go and sell.
He said, listen, now you're going to be perfect now? Because you said you kept the law, you live righteous according to the first 5 books, which is important. All right? But now if you want perfection, if you want to meet the mark, do what?
Go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor.
Sell everything you have and live a life of charity. Read.
And thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me.
So get rid of your carnal life, commit to the poor, and follow all the circuits that Christ wants you to follow. This is what it means to be perfect. That's hitting the mark.
But the question is this. What verse is that again?
Verse 21.
19:21. Matthew.
Listen, but why does giving up everything you got make you perfect? Why? Is it just because you're broke? What makes you perfect when you give up everything you got? I'm going to type this in because I want to slow this down. This is Matthew 19 and what?
21.
Listen, this is perfect, Dawiyat, because Matthew 19:21 says, if you're going to be perfect, give up everything you got and give to the poor. All of a sudden, if you know the law, you have the scriptures, but you've had money, and now you give up all of your money and all of your income, and you got to teach and give to the poor. What position does that put you in psychologically? Needy. Now all of a sudden, you have to learn how to live and trust the Most High every day for what you need. You don't know faith. You don't know faith until you have no bank account, no trust fund, no resources, and you have to live every day teaching the Most High, dealing with the poor, and the Most High comes through and takes care of you on a daily basis. And all of the different psychological ups and downs and the emotional ups and downs you go through when you're in that position, and everything you have to learn to perfect in those conditions is what makes you perfect. When you really have to learn how to trust the Most High and lean on Him when you feel vulnerable, when you can't control your environment, when you can't control the things around you, and you really have to do everything you can to be on point with no control behind it, that's what faith really looks like. What you gonna say?
I said, would that prove your true intention?
It puts you in a position where your truest side has to come out. The realest side of you has to come out when you have all of your control taken away. And now you have to give. It's cool, like what the white man does. I'm gonna let you speak. What the white man does every at the end of the fiscal year, right? What does a white man do before tax season kicks in? What does a white man do right before right before tax season happens in January? Huh? No. They give to the poor. They give to charitable foundations. You're doing tax write-offs. So it's cool to help the poor when you're benefiting out of it. But when you're as poor as the poor,
That's why.
what are you getting out of it?
That's why those car lots have all the deals around that last quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're going into the fiscal year. All those cars on the car lot, they got to pay taxes on them.
Yeah.
So they got to liquidate those cars so they don't got to pay tax on them. So they'll have a bargain sale
Yeah.
around that time of year.
But the crazy thing is this. When you got to give to the poor and you're poor, what are you getting out of the deal? And all of a sudden, maybe you might not want to teach today. Because you ain't got no money in the pocket. It's easy to sit back here and do the Lord's work when you're getting something out the deal. It's a little harder to do the work of the Lord when you're not getting what you want out the deal. So when you give up everything you got and you're stripped to your bare bones, and you still have to do that which is right, then the Most High, then you are tapping into perfection. Because what people don't want to accept is, as long as you have A, B, and C, it's okay to do good. It's okay to do good things. But is it okay to do good things when your car's broken down and you still got to get to the school? When your money's really, you're living day to day and you still got to give the Most High 100% of your spirit? This is forms of perfection. But you're not even in a position to give perfection if you have all these comforts readily available to you.
There's no material incentive for your service. Because a lot of times we do things based off incentivization.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming to class because possibly if I keep coming to class, I'll get a rib.
And see, this is what example of that target.
Yeah.
If you're doing good works, but you're coming to class because you want to rip, so that means you're shooting at that 7 level. It ain't pure. How about when you make a decision that I'm gonna do this work without getting a rib? Then all of a sudden your effort shoots to 8. Then you sit back and realize, you know what, man, I gotta give, and I don't care if I don't have no paychecks are low, money's messed up, and I'm gonna still do this work with gladness and joyfulness of heart. Then all of a sudden in that faith arena, you've jumped to an 8. And then maybe because of this work, my body's breaking down. And I'm going to still do that which is right. Now your effort is at a 9. You see where I'm going there? This is how you show. This is how faith is quantified. Now you're getting closer to the mark. Because despite what you're losing, despite what you're not getting out the deal, you keep your effort gets more precise. Your effort gets more sharp. Your effort is more spiritual. Despite what you're not getting, you keep getting better at this. Then all of a sudden your mind's clearer. You have better solutions. You have better understanding of what you're going through. Because all the trappings and pulls that might get in the way of your work are now removed. Does that make sense? This is how, like Dawiyah's showing you, he says he wants us to be perfect. But listen, perfection is about when he takes away everything that you might want, that what might be your identity, and your identity becomes just doing this work out of the pureness of the work. Now you're getting closer to hitting the mark. So when he says our righteousness is like filthy rags, because our righteousness is mixed in with selfish intent. But keep going to your point. And this is in every one of the things we do.
So he introduced the idea, and thou shalt be perfect with the Lord. And he said, hey, do not do
I gotta
these
say,
faulty trends.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that we have to cut you off. But even in dealing with your husband, are you giving to your husband because of what he can give you back? Or are you looking at it at this target the same way? Sometimes sisters want to be wives because of what they get out of being a wife. Versus realizing, if you're going to be a great servant for your husband, can you give and serve and get nothing back in return and be okay with that? Half the arguments is about an expectation of what I'm supposed to get back for the service I'm bringing to the table. We just explained how the Most High looks at us as men and servants in general. We are greater servants for the Lord when we can do good works and eliminate the expectations. You think it's different for a wife? When you can do good works and eliminate those expectations, you know your service as a wife has increased. and you're getting closer to the mark. This is how you know you've grown as a sister or as a brother in the truth, when it doesn't matter whether you have the things you want or not. You're happy and content doing your job and filling your slot in the household, in the camp, doing the work, regardless if it feels like the Most High is taking things away from you, removing things you think you deserve. When you start playing that I deserve card, what you're saying is you deserve something because you're a servant.
And right before you say I deserve, if you don't get what you want, you'll take what you want.
Exactly. Or I'll leave.
Yep.
Because I think I deserve this. But didn't Christ say we are unprofitable servants? We do that which we were supposed to do. The unprofitable servant understands what servitude really is. Servitude means giving without a profit. That's what servitude is. And if you understand that, then you're closer to perfection. If you don't understand what servitude really is, you're further away from perfection and you're missing the mark from a further distance. So, you being close to the mark or not is predicated on the acceptance of what servitude looks like for men and for women. So if you get close to the mark, listen, look at Christ's life. What did Christ get out the deal for living his life perfectly, and people tried to kill him and end his life? What did he do? What did he gain for all of his sacrifices? A foot rub? He got a foot rub for all of his sacrifices. Then, what else did he get? What does he give for him but a foot rub? That is hitting the mark as a servant of the Lord. He hit the mark. Have we hit the mark? Keep going.
So the concept is be perfect with the Lord. The second concept is be perfect in your transactions with your brother.
That hurts.
Yeah.
If I'm perfect in my transactions with my brother, then I get nothing really. I can't get extra, because there's extra that comes from dealing with imperfect numbers and weights. So I have to be fair and square with my brother. Then Christ says, cool. You've done the law. You executed righteousness. You've operated in rectitude. You've been on point. Now the next step of perfection is sell everything you have, serve the poor, and follow Christ daily. That's another level of sacrifice. There's different levels to perfection. That's why the Most High measures and quantifies what we invest, what we give, what we do. Is all measured. It's all accounted for. Because how else can you track growth? Esau calls that, in the business arena, he calls it metrics. We have to have metrics on how much shrinkage we have to store. Last year, we had 15% shrinkage. The goal this year is to have 11% shrinkage. We're decreasing in 4% shrinkage. We're taking 4% less shrinkage than last year. They quantify these measurements because this is how you stay in business. Well, it's the same thing spiritually. Did I get upset less? Was I late and did I lack punctuality less? Did I study more? The Most High is quantifying every aspect of your life to see percentage-wise, are you improving? He's measuring you. We're not measuring ourselves because for us, it doesn't behoove us to measure ourselves.
Yeah.
Because it's ugly. Oh man, I've gained a couple pounds in negative. I've gained a couple pounds in ill outlook. I've gained a couple pounds in slothfulness.
Then put bigger clothes on.
Let me just ignore it. Let me just ignore it.
Put baggy clothes. Let's put baggy clothes on.
Israel, what they do is they learn the game of denial.
Yeah.
And that's why you count somebody, they say, that was a long time ago. That was 2 weeks ago, huh? You did that.
I'm a new man. Are you really a new man?
That was a year ago. Israel has these insane time measurements when it comes to their flaws because they don't want to measure themselves. That's why the Most High has the watchers. That's why the Most High has somebody in heaven writing down all of our works, because we have to quantify ourselves. So what makes more sense? Not quantifying yourself or paying more attention to your efforts so you can see why the Most High responded. Because the game and the lesson is to understand why the Father blessed you. So you can make it more consistent. Or He blessed me because I was this much more selfless. I gave for free this time. Now you know when you're slipping or when you're growing. He's trying to have us know where we're at with the Lord. It behooves us to know. That's the only point I want to bring out.
Yeah. So those are just good examples of understanding what this really is about. And just back to your question, sis, it's not evil that the intention wasn't completely perfect, but we have to recognize what part of it was pure and what part of it was impure, and then just keep eliminating the impurity. We've been talking about over the last few weeks about what confession is. First part is confession. The other part is forsaking. Once you confess an issue, you have to forsake these elements in you that are keeping you from hitting the mark or from getting closer to hitting the mark. And once again, when Christ comes back, are we supposed to be hitting the bullseye on everything? No, but what did Christ say? Blessed is he that when he comes down, he finds the servant so doing. You have to be in the process of improving these things in you. And if you're in the process of improving all these things in you, you have a shot to make it to the next level, which is the wilderness. And it would behoove all of us to gain as many talents as possible, because don't you think you're going to need those talents and understanding and experience when you're in the desert for an undisclosed amount of time? Because while you're waiting in the wilderness, what's going to be revealed in you? Your lack of patience, your lack of discipline. What are you going to do if you go without water for a week, or you just have very scarce amounts of water, scarce amounts of food?
Hit the panic button.
Yep, and then be negative. This is why you learn what you learn now. This is why you learn discipline and patience now. This is why you learn how to wait now. This is why you learn how to see the good in things now. Because if you don't, how are you going to handle things when things fall apart? Or when things look like they're falling apart in the wilderness?
I never forget during COVID, when it was a shortage of food supplies, meat, toilet paper, paper towels, and it was a two limit maximum, and people. I saw a guy walking down the street, and he had just took his TV. He had a big old TV. He was walking with it, and he took it to the pawn shop, and they didn't give him nothing for it. He was walking out of the pawn shop. He was walking home, but the look on his face when the pawn shop didn't want no more TVs, and the look on his face was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
If nobody take this TV, I'm about to starve.
Yep.
That severe level of anxiety and pain and confusion, all mixed into one, was a terrifying look. When you're walking down the street with a giant 70-inch TV screen and they don't want it, and then you got to ask yourself, what am I about to do now? And that's when people get desperate. That's when robbing and stealing that desperation about to kick in. Yeah. As people are civilized up until they start starving. Yeah, then they go into extreme levels. So, but if we could read this real quick, Romans chapter 8, verse 38.
Romans what?
Romans chapter 8, verse 38.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 38. Romans chapter 8 and verse 38. For I am persuaded.
Paul said what?
For I am persuaded.
Go ahead.
That neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of the Most High.
So that's what the Most High wants to get down to the core of. Is anything in life is going to shake you away from being obedient? Is anything in your life going to shake you from following the Lord? There's a lot of things that shake men away out of the truth.
And see, what you just read is what made Paul perfect. What makes a person perfect is that nothing can get in the way of your intensity to pleasing him. That's what perfection looks like in any arena. Doubt, fear, pride's not going to get in the way of how potent Paul had to be for the Most High. But how do you teach that? By removing everything from you. When the Most High removes everything from you, and you can still operate at an optimal level, you've shown the Most High it doesn't matter what you put in front of me. Nothing's going to change me from putting you first. That is literally how the Most High can quantify how serious you are about serving Him. This is why He took us away from Egypt. And the funny thing, we had gold, we were rich. We had riches and gold in a place where riches and gold didn't matter. So what'd you really have?
Nothing.
You still had nothing. You had everything and had nothing at the same damn time. Because you had all the gold in the world with no water.
It don't matter. Now water's gold.
You had all the gold in the world with no chicken.
Yep.
And no onions. What are you going to do? You still got to rely on the Heavenly Father. And that's what everything is boiled down to. So when you're this ball of clay, full of pride and insecurities and anger and pride, what does He have to do? He has to put you in situations to where all you got is Him and the Most High, or you and the Most High. And are you going to choose that? Are you going to be okay with losing all the things around you, the friends that you rely on, the resources and comforts and sleep you rely on? And you're going to be able to sit back and realize all that matters to me is this book and the works I provide for Him. He will strip you down to the most common denominator with the hopes that you see it the right way and choose to see the lessons He has waiting for you. Because that's what Paul is explaining. He is persuaded that neither death. Why does he say that death ain't getting away? Because he faced death. Didn't he face death? Wasn't he shipwrecked, floating in the water with a board
Multiple times.
twice, beaten almost to death, scourges with whips? Wasn't he stoned to death? And what did he do the day after he was stoned to death? He went right back up and taught, because he understood that I can get pushed to the brink of death. That isn't going to keep me from doing my job for the Most High. Life, angels, principle. There's not going to be any force that gets in the way of me doing my job for the Most High. So if life ain't going to get in the way of me doing my job for the Most High, why would having a little money get in the way of me doing my job for the Most High? But if we don't have money in our pocket or gas in our tank, God's word ain't getting done today. Am I right or wrong? If my money's funny, I can't do God today. You see what the Most High starts to do? He starts seeing where our heart is at and intention is at when things are at its worst. Because the Most High is like, I want to give you the best. But my gosh, you have to show me that you can serve me when things aren't at its best. Because every day, our love for the Lord is conditional. And wonder why the Most High doesn't continue to bless us, because we have conditional effort, conditional servitude.
I don't want to hear that, man.
So-
I didn't eat no pork today.
So
I don't
when
hear
it
that.
says there's no depth,
Come.
I mean, there's no condition, there's no low condition that we can be put under that should get in the way of us serving the Most High. But for us, if we have bad relationship issues, the Most High ain't getting taught today. If I have an issue with my husband, I'm not dealing with sisters. I can give two craps about sisters because I'm going through marital issues.
Or if nobody give me no gas money to go to class, I ain't going to
Well,
class.
that's my point. Any
real.
depth. If I'm arguing with my husband, I'm not picking up the phone for sisters. If I'm going through trauma in my life, I'm not going to be a sister. If life is difficult, the depths of life, then all of a sudden brothers ain't getting counsel. I'm not giving my mind to the body. Isn't this us?
That's real.
This is what we do all the time. I'm going through a low period of my life. So all of a sudden, this is why I wasn't picking up the phone for sisters.
I will sacrifice under these.
If things
conditions.
are going good in my life, this is how the Most High shows that we're missing the mark. Because our love is conditional.
What we'll do, we'll be in a spirit of despondency.
Yeah.
But to look spiritual, we'll send out a text, say, "Pray for me."
Yeah.
But we won't do any more additional works necessary to show the Most High that we're going to be with Him no matter what. But we'll send out the message, "Pray for me," and ain't nothing wrong with that. But that's not the.
But what about your presence?
Yeah, your presence shouldn't diminish. And just because I'm going through it and I'm pray for me, that means that you're being affected. That means your faith is being affected.
Because the Most High still has to go on the back burner because I'm stressed, or I'm sad, or I'm angry. And this is what Paul is explaining. These things literally happen in your life so you can show the Most High that He still has to be first, despite what I'm going through.
How about you show up and we pray together?
Because you know the problem is, most of the time, when things ain't going right in our life, then our cause is first all of a sudden. Like we read in Proverbs 18 and 17. Our cause is greater than than the Most High's cause. And it should never be that. How many times when you're angry and stressed out, all of a sudden sisters don't get phone calls no more. Brothers don't get phone calls no more. People don't come to class no more. But then you think your effort towards the Most High is hitting the mark? It's actually, you're not even hitting the target. Because what you're saying is, when I'm losing and when I'm suffering, when I'm going through the depths of my battles, God doesn't matter anymore. Until the Most High gives me what I'm looking for. If I get what I want, then I serve.
Smile.
If I don't get what I want, I'm not going to serve. And that's how we show our lack of love and appreciation to the Most High. And that's what vexes the Most High. Because that's what we did in the wilderness. When we didn't get a constant mountain water fountain, the Most High isn't fair.
Conditional
servitude. If I didn't have all this meat on tap, the Most High is not fair.
Conditional servitude.
If I don't get all these things that make my life comfortable, the Most High is not fair. If I get taken to depths and lows, what does depths mean? Lows.
Yeah.
If I get taken to lows, all of a sudden class isn't important. Counsel isn't important. Giving to the nation isn't important.
Yeah. Bread 10 days in a row.
I got to step away to get my head together. To find myself. That's craziness.
That's a real thing, though.
That's because that's the lie. I got to step away to get my head together is another way of saying, you know what, my love for the Lord is conditional. My willingness to serve Him is conditional if my body feels good.
If the sun is shining today.
Yes. If it's a rainy day, I'm not going to serve. If I don't feel like doing it, I'm not going to serve. If I'm depressed today, I'm not going to serve. If I'm in my head, I'm not going to serve. But once again, this is why we brought out the target. Because as much as we act like we're on point, didn't Satan say to the Most High, if you touch him skin for skin, he's going to curse you out? Because that's how Israel is. When you touch their flesh, all of a sudden the Most High ain't the Most High no more. At the root of us, our love is conditional based upon what good we're getting out of the deal.
If the outcome I want is agreed to, I agree that if I get this, and this at this rate, then you will get this, and this at this rate.
Yep.
Lord.
And that's the point. And this is what Israel has to understand in general. And this is how we're explaining how sin is missing the mark. Anyway. You good? Okay. So let's go back on the topic and get back to 1 Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 17 down to 32.
First Maccabees chapter 8 and verse 17. In consideration of these things, Judas chose Apollonius, the son of John, the son of Achos, and Jason, the son of Eleazar, and sent them to Rome to make a league of amity and confederacy with them, and to entreat them that they would take the yoke from them. For they saw that the kingdom of the Grecians did oppress Israel with servitude.
So the intent was to eventually have the Romans lighten that load and take that pressure off of us and back these Greeks off of us. But like I mentioned earlier, in order to get the Greeks to come through, It took years of building a bond before that bond actually ended up benefiting them. And like I said earlier, that was a major lesson for us to learn. For those of us who don't have a lot of friends, for those of us who feel that there's no quote-unquote sisterhood in the truth. People will pull that card all the time. But everybody that pulls there's no sisterhood, they don't take the time to be sisters 24/7, 365. I can't count on my hands how many sisters sit back here and will give a month of being nice and then 6 months of being selfish. Then they got favors. And then when the favors aren't responded and given, all of a sudden sisters don't care. It happens all of the time. Brothers too. But sisters will sit back here and they'll try to be friendly for very small windows of time. They'll pop out of their cocoon and give a damn. Then they'll go back into their cocoon and give two you-know-whats about the sisterhood. And then come back when they're in a pinch, because I need the congregation to come help me. And then wonder why there's hesitation amongst the sisters. Then it'll be the sisters just don't care. They don't understand. Well, the truth is, you have to be constantly available to people in general to get the things you're asking for. And a lot of times, that's how you make friends. That's how you make bonds, is to be constantly available, not conditionally available. This is what the Most High shows us about friends, about being friends with people in the truth, and being friends with the Most High. It's the same parallel. Yeah. Are you always available or not? And if you're not always available, that's the reason why people aren't there on standby for you. Because you're not emotionally and physically available for them when it benefits them. That's the lesson for all of us who for some reason think people don't care. Because when you want to be benevolent 1 out of the 30 days in a month, and people don't reciprocate your benevolence, this is why. You have to be emotionally and spiritually available all the time. And this is what the Jews are starting to embark on in dealing with the Romans. Judas has to be available, bring gifts, write letters, send ambassadors. Jonathan's going to do the same thing, write letters, send gifts, bring ambassadors. To build these relationships and build these bonds, it takes time. Read on in 1 Maccabees.
Verse 19. They went therefore to Rome, which was a very great journey, and came into the Senate, where they spake and said, Judas Maccabeus, with his brethren, and the people of the Jews, have sent us unto you, to make them confederacy and peace with you, and that ye might by register your confederates and friends, so that the matter pleased the Romans well. And this is the copy of the epistle which the Senate wrote back again in tables of brass, and sent to Jerusalem, that there they might have by them a memorial of peace and confederacy.
Mm-hmm.
Good success be to the Romans, and to the people of the Jews, by sea and by land forever. The sword also, an enemy, be far from them. If there come first any war upon the Romans, or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them.
So what are the Jews saying first? We'll fight your wars for your friendship. We'll fight your wars and fight your battles.
Sister.
And you know what? Hopefully you'll do the same thing for us. That's what friendship is. Let me give you everything I got. Let me give you everything I can offer you. And then hopefully maybe down the line you'll look after me.
Reciprocation. Oh, yeah, reciprocation.
But you can't worry about the reciprocation as much as the service and the willingness to be there for the other person as long as it takes. Read on.
As the time shall be appointed with all their heart. Neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or ships, as it hath seemed good unto the Romans. But they shall keep their covenants without taking anything thereof.
So he's saying is Jews are pledging not to assist any of Rome's enemies to attack them. Read on.
In the same manner also, if war come first upon the nation of the Jews, the Romans shall help them with all their heart.
Now, the question is this. Did the Romans do that for us in the beginning? Hell no. Because didn't Judas die shortly afterwards? Didn't Judas die in war?
Yep.
Yep. You know what the Romans say? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's all the Romans. I thought the Romans said they're going to sit back here and protect us in war.
With all their heart?
With all their heart, like we got to do for them.
That's like America said they're going to protect Dubai.
Yeah, right.
It said it.
Yeah, right. It ain't happening.
It ain't happening.
We're gonna look after you, Kuwait. Kuwait's getting banged on too. It's Kuwait only mattered when they were trying to break down Hussein. That's the only time. That's the only time Kuwait mattered. What's my point though? The Romans didn't cover the sin. Jews didn't sit back and say, "Man, y'all didn't help us out with Judas. We ain't gonna sit back and send no more gifts no more." Did they do that?
Nope.
Hey, hello Romans. Here's a shiny gold shield. Because we want to sit back and remind you we love you and we're gonna back you in whatever way we can. Keep that in mind. Keep going.
According as the time shall be appointed them. Neither shall victuals be given to them that take part against them, or weapons, or money, or ships, as it had seemed good to the Romans. But they shall keep their covenants, and that without deceit.
Mm-hmm.
According to these articles did the Romans make a covenant with the people of the Jews. Howbeit, if hereafter the one party or the other shall think meet to add or diminish anything, they may do it at their pleasures, and whosoever they shall add or take away shall be ratified.
What is that also saying?
It's conditional.
It's conditional, and I'm not putting no crazy expectation on you because we're just building a relationship. You know how many times people get offended at other people's little quirkiness and mistakes, and they just stop trying, and you don't even know the person? You really don't even know people, and you quit them. They're saying right here, I know we're making a deal to be there for each other, but in case you guys get flaky, we're not going to trip. We can ratify this whenever we want. Because that's what it takes to initially build relationships. If you treat me like this, then it's over. We see it all the time in Israel. Israel doesn't know how to make friends. Israel doesn't know how to build bonds. Israel takes people too personal. We get too angry at one another.
I cannot tolerate your failings. When I fail, you have to forgive me because
You got to forgive me when I fail. But when you fail against me, you don't have no love for me.
we're done.
You see how
one
extreme
way.
that is? We're one way, we're first cause people.
Yeah.
But in this writing, the Romans weren't first cause. Neither were the Jews. But the Jews were less first cause because they had no leverage. But the reality is you have to be that way. You can't be first cause and build bonds. You can't be about you and your red lines if you're trying to get to know somebody and build a relationship with somebody. But Israel is always first cause and wonders why they don't have any alliances and allegiances their way. Because they're selfish in their first cause.
It's true.
They're so focused on what a person has to do to them to build their trust. They don't understand that's not how trust is built. You have to give for free for an undisclosed period of time until trust is built. Read on.
Verse 31. And as touching the evils that Demetrius doeth to the Jews, we have written unto him, saying, Wherefore hast thou made Wherefore hast thou made thy yoke heavy upon our friends and confederates the Jews? If therefore they complain any more against thee, we will do them justice and fight with thee by sea and by land.
What's the Romans saying? We're going to write a letter. We're going to write a letter to the Demetrius and hey, man, take it easy on him. Does that mean stop doing what you're doing?
Let's say write a letter.
We're just going to sit back and say, I really don't like how
Stop.
you're doing this. Just calm it down. Handle it with more tact. All right? Back to Roman business. That's all they did.
That's what they did.
Back to business, man.
Let's send them an email.
Yeah, we'll send them an email. Hey, man, can you stop sitting back? Can you empty the excess coffee out of the coffee pot?
Take it easy.
And sit back here and just wash off the coffee pot at the end of the night. Can you do? That's all they're saying. That you sit back here and mop the kitchen area out and not let food out on the table. That's all they're saying. Can you stop that? There ain't no, hey, we're about to send a war now. We're about to kill you guys. We're gonna kill you
slap
dead.
on the wrist, man.
But you know what the problem is? Judas just said hello. What has Judas and them done so far? These relationships got to get built. The Jews got to give more to get more. And that takes time. It ain't like the Jews had gold. At the time, we were broke. We was fighting for our lives. We didn't have anything to give. So Jonathan gets a little bit more established. We're going to go deal with him now. And then things get we're able to give them a little more over time. Go to 1 Maccabees 12, verse 1 through 4.
1 Maccabees chapter 12 and verse 1. Now when Jonathan saw that the time served him, he chose certain men and sent them to Rome.
So now he's like, I got a little time. We've been fighting and killing and fighting and fighting and killing. Now we can sit back here and start trying to reestablish these relationships with these Romans because we still need help. These guys are pressing on us. These Greeks are pressing on us. Read on.
For to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them. He sent letters also to the Lacedaemonians and to other places for the same purpose.
Because see, also, I didn't go into it, but what do you call it, a war? Judas also wrote to the Lacedaemonians. Did they ever come through for us? No. The Spartans didn't do nothing for us. They didn't come down and fight none of our battles.
We are brothers.
We love you, brother. We love you, brother. Keep fighting, man. Keep your head up. That's all they said. I just keep your head up,
Keep your head up.
That's all the Spartans told us, all those warriors, you know what they could have used them? Sometimes you got to accept what your friend gives. Sometimes the friend's just going to give you kind words. Does that mean you go to war with them?
No.
Does that mean you have permanent beef with them? This is another thing about friendship. Can you accept what your friend can bring to the table? Not us. Every friend got to be your best friend. Or you cut them off.
You want the best of benefits.
Hmm?
You want the best of benefits.
That's exactly the point. That's that first cause mind.
You want to be best friend because you want the best.
You want the best
terms.
benefits. Exactly. On your investment. And you ain't giving nothing if you can't get something back. Why can't you accept the exchange you get?
And why are you changing?
Why do I got to cuss out the Lacedaemonians? I'm just going to say hey to them. Hope you guys are doing well. That's it. Maybe that's what it is, We know who you are. That's like us in other camps, Shalom, y'all. What else can we do? We're just going to respect you, and we'll keep it at that. There's positive there. Everybody ain't going to be everybody's best friend. But keep going.
Verse 3. So they went unto Rome and entered into the Senate and said,
These are these ambassadors that were hired from the time of Judas. These are the same ambassadors coming in here. Read on.
Jonathan the high priest and the people of the Jews sent us unto you, to the end ye should renew the friendship which we had with them.
So once again, every time you have sisters and brothers you're working with, every day we're supposed to renew friendships, renew bonds, renew connections. You know what we do? Well, I tried yesterday. I'm done today.
Oh,
I'm tired today. I've given what I can last month.
oh.
That's how we are. Am I right or wrong?
That's crazy, bro.
I was a sister last month, and I'll be a sister when it's the tabernacles.
I'll be sister on top of you.
I'll be a sister at tabernacles, and a sister at Purim, and then sisters at the barbecue, at the barbecue or the Passover. We'll be sisters then. That's how it is. But there's the rest of the season to do it. We don't try every day.
I was going through some things.
Well then you know. Then
Everybody
don't
goes
trip.
through
Then don't trip when you get half-ass hugs and half-ass looks too. Don't say, "Oh, the sisters don't care." Well, you don't care either.
Are you judging me?
There's a whole nation of not carers.
Yep.
That's real.
How about they're giving you what you give them? How about you're the Lacedaemonians to them? So you're gonna get half hugs because you give out half hugs. You're gonna get half hugs because you give out half spirit. Maybe that's why the vibe is weird.
Or you get half rank. So you get half rank.
You get half rank with brothers. This is what it is. Read on. Did you read verse 4 yet?
La.
Okay.
To the end ye should renew the friendship which ye had with them, and lead as in former time.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 4. Upon this the Romans gave them letters unto the governors of every place, that they should bring them into the land of Judea peaceably.
Yeah, so what the Romans guarantee? Don't kill them on the way back. Those are the two letters they kept writing on. Don't kill the ambassadors. Don't kill these messengers. They're good with us. Did they sit back and say, don't touch the Jew in Jerusalem? They said, we like these guys. We like these guys. Don't kill them on their way back. Greeks don't kill them. Turks don't kill them. Syrians don't kill them. We like them. Because they're giving us little trinkets and things. And they're writing us nice letters. It's still the beginning of relationships, and you got to give for free. That's the reality. Can you build bonds by giving for free with no expectations and keep doing it and keep renewing giving for free?
Well,
I'm saying it's slow like that because I don't think brothers or sisters understand how to build. Can I give for free until people start giving out of the kindness of their heart their way and accept what they give?
We try to control the exchange.
Yes.
And you know, read Ecclesiastes 27:2. We always try to control the exchange. And the truth of the matter is, a friendship is an exchange. Because sometimes I lean on you, sometimes you lean on me. Sometimes we lean on each other. But the problem is, with every exchange, read that right there.
27.
Ecclesiastes
27:2.
Ecclesiastes chapter 27 and verse 2. As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones.
Just like a nail stick between the joinings of a stone. Just like a nail is locked into a brick wall. Read on.
So does sin stick close between buying and selling.
But even between friendships, there's always what? You always gotta be honest about the fact that sin can exist anywhere. What sin is that can exist between a transaction is one person is trying to get the greater good of the exchange versus being equality. Mm-hmm. One person is trying to get the majority of the exchange, and that's where the sin is. It's like these scales right here. You know, a friendship is supposed to be based on equality, but we like to tip the scale our way and get more of the advantages our way and less on the advantages of their way, and that's where the sin is. That's where the sin lives at.
So you always brought out the point that what narcissists do, they have a tendency, not calling by a narcissist right now, but in the study of narcissists, you're going to how they have this consistent pattern of trying to pretend that relationships are deeper than what they actually are.
Yes, that's one way. That's one way of a narcissist. That's part of his
Archetype.
That's part of his delusion.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the delusion of that individual is the fact that I fabricate the realness of our relationship, and I try to make it and balloon it to be bigger than what it is, so that but it inflates my ego when I say that our relationship is close. When I tell myself I have a close relationship to this person than anybody else, you know, that's part of their mania. Yeah. But in exchanges, we talk about in exchanges is the fact that a friendship is supposed to be based on equal terms. We take care of each other. The sin is I'm trying to get more taken care of than I'm doing the taking care of another on the other side.
Yeah.
I'm doing less for other people, but I'm trying to get more people to do for me. And that imbalance is where the sin is.
And I'm gonna say this. And if there's going to be an imbalance, the imbalance should be on the elder giving more to the younger. That's what Romans 15:2 says. Go there real quick. Romans 15:2. Because the thing is this. A lot of times people think the reverse. A lot of times I've seen sisters have the mindset like this is a rank and camp scenario. Like it's rank in the camp and you get 5 shield general ribs. And that's out of pocket. Where these 5 shield general ribs think the youngest just got to serve them. Like it's a general camp. What does the scripture say? Read that.
Romans chapter 15 and verse 2.
Matter of fact, start at verse 1.
Romans chapter 15 and verse 1. We then that are strong.
So first of all, if it's about strong sisters, the strong sisters should be doing what?
Ought to bear the infirmities of the weak.
Read on.
And not to please ourselves.
So the strong brothers or women have to sit back here and carry the weakness of others. So if a young sister needs time and investment, and that's their weakness, you got to give that to them. If the strong have to bear the infirmities of the weak, what are the infirmities of the weak that you have to carry? A person's lack of patience, a young person's lack of discipline, a young person's naive way of looking at things, a young person's way of doing things that might aggravate you. Because each and every one of us, you know, even as brothers and sisters, we want to hang out with the person that's easier to understand, that makes us feel comfortable. We like to have cliques in Israel too. We want to click up with the person that thinks like us, because it's an easier fix. But the strong must bear the infirmities of the weak that kind of are hard to understand. We're supposed to deal with them and deal with their ups and downs. Read on.
Verse 2. Let every one of us please his neighbor for his good.
So if it's about the strong has to please their neighbor for their edification. So if we're going to be in a camp situation, the strong has to give more to the young person, and the young gives to the older person. And if you understand that, that's how you can build bonds in this arena. The strong got to give more to the younger. But is that how we look at things? We're older brothers and sisters and want more from them than what we give to the younger people. That doesn't make any sense. The older person wants more resources and time than they give spirit to the younger sisters or the younger brothers, and get mad when the younger brother or sister doesn't respond to them the way they want to be responded to. This is the dysfunction that we have being elder brothers and sisters. We give nothing and want maximum back to us, and wonder why there's no brotherhood or sisterhood. But you put nothing in and you don't reinvest anything, and all you say is, I've been here for this long, I should be given this kind of love and respect. Every new generation that comes in, guess what you got to do? You have to serve again. Listen again. Hear again. Be present again. Be selfless again. Until they are strong and fit. Then they'll come back and look after you. That's what ends up happening. They'll come back and give you what you need after you sit back here and build their spirit up and edify them until they're full. It's like we want to extract from people that don't have enough to give to you yet. They can't even sustain themselves. But you want to extract from them. You got to put into people, get them strong, and then they'll come back and help you.
On the back.
It's no different than what planting is. Do you reap the harvest first, or do you invest hours of time first? Then after 6 to 8 months, then you get something back. We understand it in farming terms, but you don't understand it in building sisters and brotherhood bonds. And the elder has to put way more in than the younger.
And that's how you know if a person knows how to build friendships.
Mm-hmm.
They understand that it's going to be more the spirit invested into that person, and I'm going to lose more in this friendship, in this exchange, and I'm going to take the greater loss in this exchange to build that person up. So until that person can provide me with some type of stability or help or resource or equal amount of compensation.
Yep.
And so the elder person just understands that I'm gonna get the short end of the stick in this exchange.
Not a lot of elders nowadays. A lot of elders, come on, this young sister, they got to sit back and serve and lock in and all this craziness. They don't get it. You got to put into the younger spirit first. Listen, be patient, show love, earn trust. People go, well, this because a person been there for 10, 15, 20 years, that means all of a sudden trust is built. They weren't here when you was there 20 years ago. You're a new person. So if you're a new person, you can't pull your 20 years ago card.
Well, what we like to do is we like to say, well, don't the scriptures say, wear out the doorsteps of your elders? We'll like to pull that verse as a justification to say why you're supposed to come to me.
Justification of being lazy.
Right.
Because that's what the Jew wants to be. They want to be lazy and they want to play their highlight reel from way back in the day when you were Al Bundy and you scored 4 touchdowns in a single game. And use that to justify why you got to lock into me now. Versus sit back and be friendly and put the time to win people. Because if you did that, then they will come back and reciprocate that love back to you.
Yep. And we Psalms chapter 86 verse 5. And if the elder understands that this exchange is going to be maybe 20% benefit to me and 80% benefit to the young person, then now they're operating in the right spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Read that.
Psalms 86 and 5. For thou, Lord.
It says, for thou what?
Lord.
Because how does the Most High operate? Read on.
Art good.
He said the Most High is good. He's the best friend. That's how you know the Lord knows how to be the best friend in the world. Read on.
And ready to forgive.
Because the Most High is always ready to what?
Forgive.
That means what? That means he's all. In order to forgive, that means you always have to be offended.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That means you always have to be ready to be offended the most.
Yep.
So in order to be ready to forgive, you got to be ready to be offended. But everybody ain't like that. Everybody ain't like the Lord. Read on.
And plenteous in mercy.
And that means that the Most High is always plenteous in mercy. If I'm gonna build a friendship, I gotta understand that I gotta take a lot of losses in this friendship. I gotta be ready to forgive in this friendship. Things are not always gonna go my way.
And that means people are going to show that they're selfish.
Yep.
Young people are going to show that they're selfish.
And they're gonna take advantage
And
of
they're
me.
going to take it, so they're going to take it. Yep.
And they're gonna take advantage of me.
And you got to accept that because they're young and they're sick. And that's what your job is to deal with their sickness.
And,
The problem is we want to hang around people that have sicknesses that are equal to us or common to us because we can relate. And that's the hypocrisy in us. If a person has sicknesses like yours, it's okay. They're not bad. If they got sicknesses that ain't like yours, I don't want to be around that sister or that brother. That's how we move.
And I'm in the position that I'm all in this exchange or this friendship that I have. I'm always the one having to take the losses.
Yes.
I'm always the one having to forgive.
Yes.
I'm always the one that's having to show mercy.
Yes.
I'm always the one that got to be patient.
But you want your hand out when you need something, though.
Right. But the Most High, that's how you know the Most High is a better friend than us.
Yep.
Because he knows in friendship what it takes for the person that's the greater friend. You got to be willing to take the greater losses and to be more inconvenienced. Read on.
And plenteous in mercy unto all them that call upon thee.
And so if you want to be a friend of the Lord, you guess what? The Most High already knows that in the friendships we build with him, he's the one that's got to be taking the most losses.
Yeah.
He's going to be injured the most. He's going to be stabbed in the back the most. He's going to be lied to and defrauded the most. It's really not too much benefit to him to be our friends. For the Most High to bring us into his realm and call us his friends is really all gain on our side.
Lose-lose.
It's lose-lose for him, but it's gain for us.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to be in a friendship, if I'm going to build a friendship with people, I got to take the same approach that the Most High take. I'm the one that's going to have to be defrauded the most. I'm going to have to always show the most mercy, be the most patient, be the most forgiving, be the most loving. And when that happens, people got a problem. Now you're starting to see how people get furious.
Yep.
And now people want to call people out.
Yep.
God, wicked. This brother's wicked. This sister's wicked. Is sister wicked or brother wicked, or you don't want to forgive?
Exactly. Or you just want to come out of yourself and deal with somebody that brings out something in you, that brings out something nasty in you. Because that's the truth also. Most High has people around you that bring out nastiness in you that you got to fix in you. And that person, it's necessary to be around the person that brings out the nastiness in you if you're really about growing and getting closer to Christ. If you want to sit back in front and fake it, then be around the people that you like to be around.
And this is why Christ was with the publicans and the sinners.
Exactly.
He made himself friends with the publicans and sinners, and he said you got to make friends with the mammon of unrighteousness.
Yep.
Christ knew Christ knew that the benefits would be to the people more than it would be for him.
Yep.
being in their presence.
Yep.
And that's how you make friends. You know, every friendship is not going to start off on equal terms.
Yeah.
Don't forget, the publicans were extortioners, huh?
That means they always going to take.
Listen, they were the low-level tax collectors. They were the guys that, think about like bookies in television. And who was the collectors for the bookies at? That's who Christ was hanging out with at. The guys with the leather coats at that would sit back here and collect for the mob. They were breaking ankles. They were the guys that remember in White Man Can't Jump Out, the Stookie Brothers at? That's a long time ago.
I don't remember that.
The Stookie Brothers in Venice, and they kept looking for the white guy at Woody Harrelson at, and they kept chasing him in the hotels. Was that because they owed them money?
A modern version of that is Uncut Gems.
Oh yeah, I just went back in the Stookie Brothers because old folks remember that. It was like, and they're sitting back and running from the bookies at,
Yeah.
and they sit back here. And they have, once his wife wins the prize money, they still take a picture of him like he got killed on the mattress act.
That was White Man Can't Jump?
Yeah, huh?
That was White Man
That was
Can't
White Man Can't Jump. But those kind of low element guys, who was what Christ was spending time with, trying to teach them out and get their head right out. That's what it was. And they were despicable in the nation. But that doesn't matter. The Most High said was going to deal with them. Anyway, I'm sorry. The Stookie Brothers out.
But, I remember that. It's been a long time. That was like 90. That was like 95.
It was. I said it just popped in my head. We said those Stookie Brothers. You still want the Stookie Brothers? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, she was good at that. She played good.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know why it popped in my head. That whole scene. I remember it. But let's keep going. Where are you at?
No, I'm done.
Are you done?
He's not a good point.
But listen, the movie was. That
but the
point,
point, I think the point was going into friendships, equity, being equitable with your friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
People wanting to extract more than they deserve. People in a position having to operate and be the more mature person, having to take the least. If there's going to be an exchange, if there's going to be a deficit in the relationship, the deficit needs to go on the older person that's more mature and more spirited and more weathered.
Absolutely. Because, the older person should recognize it's going to be one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
But, we be tripping. Let us give a little bit. We want the most.
Yeah.
Or let us get defrauded. We call it foul play.
Yeah.
We call it a foul on the play.
Yeah.
Oh, I need to take this person to counsel. I can't believe this person did this and said this. Well, you're supposed to be ready to forgive. Plenty of some mercy.
Bowels of compassion.
Bowels of compassion. That's part of the job, ready to be defrauded. But we need reminders of that because when you're in a camp setting or you're dependent on people, even in a relationship, a husband and wife, they depend on each other. But let there be an imbalance. Man, the husband could go crazy or the wife sometimes go crazy if there's an imbalance.
Yep.
And we argue about the imbalance. But the most spiritually minded person should be able to say, you know what? It's going to be one-sided for a while.
Yep.
Because obviously this person got defects. They got some unsolved issues. They got trust issues. They got or they could have a unsolved issue or a vice. Like if you're married to an alcoholic, you're like, man, this person's gonna drink the money up.
Yep.
They're gonna drink it.
That's coming.
It's coming. That person's gonna drink all the money up. The rent might get drunk up.
Hey,
Yeah.
look at my friend. Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah.
He's like, this is the last I got.
Yeah.
Can you give me a deal?
Give me a deal, man.
What else you got new?
Yeah, but you know what? When we see imbalance in people,
Yeah.
we're ready to throw in a flag on the play and quit and give up on people.
Especially when their flaws and their negative rubs us the wrong way.
So you're saying this is proper spiritual method?
But this is what it takes to build friendships and build bonds.
Okay.
Especially if you're the elder.
Tolerance, yeah.
Elder in years. People walk around here thinking because you're the elder,
Right.
you're owed something.
You're owed something.
You got to give and build them up first.
So you should be treated the best.
And you should get more of the attention. No, it's the other way around. Didn't Paul say on the most basic level, if I give unto you spiritual things, shall I not reap your carnal?
Yes.
And he says that's on the most carnal level. He says he didn't even do that. He gave for free. But on the basic level, the elder is supposed to give spiritual things, build a person up. And that's how you, on a basic level, build friendships. invest and make a person strong enough to where they can actually healthily show you love
Over time.
But the problem is you look at a young person like they're supposed to give you love and consideration and help off rip.
Well, that happens all the time. When you look at
It happens with brothers and with sisters.
but also like when you just want some food, some fruit. You look at that tree and that little orange is small. It's not that orange is not ready, bro.
Yeah.
A little peach. It's the people immaturely pull
Well,
the peaches.
we were talking about the whole farming process earlier. Listen, you got to put months in first before you get something back. But we sit back here and wonder why we don't get support. You don't get support because you don't put in. Or you don't put in long enough to get it back.
We get angry
Yeah.
when we got to invest in people with little return.
And then we play all this young generation. This is selfish. Oh, and you weren't selfish when you first came in? You were selfish as hell. You was about you also.
We're
And
convenient.
you forgot that.
Yeah, it's convenient to forget.
You forgot you was a me person, first class person when you came in.
Yeah.
And it took months and months of this to sit back here and get back something from the older sisters. You had to keep putting work in. That's all I'm saying.
You know what we say is, you know, we wanted a Hebrew name coming in truth.
Yep.
But we say, you know what, I don't like how they acting. They don't need a Hebrew name.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not giving her a Hebrew name.
Yeah.
That's
real.
that bitter. She'll deserve a Hebrew
Yep.
name.
Yep.
Like that. What? How long they got to be in to get a Hebrew name?
10 years.
And where's your mercy?
That-
Can a young person be sick and need time?
They got to
And
prove themselves.
And how? It's just crazy talk.
Yeah.
Can you give them the benefit of the doubt? And if I didn't get the benefit of the doubt, well, can you sit back here and do it?
I got a Hebrew name in year one. I'm not saying me, but I'm just saying people will get a Hebrew name but not want to give it.
And then they'll quote how archaic and how much suffering they had when they first came in. Well, can you be loving enough to give them a break and be more merciful with them? I remember when I came in, I was like, oh, this generation ain't nothing like my generation. I said that stupid stuff when I was young in the truth. I'm like, well, damn. Well, then maybe if you want to talk about how weaker the generation after you was, well, maybe you should be a better teacher and a better leader than what you saw. If they're so much weaker than what you went through, then why don't you sit back here and not pattern your leader's bad behavior and be a better leader so they can have a better chance of sustaining? If the generations are getting weaker, then why don't you get more patient, more loving, more selfless? But then you want to say, no, I didn't get it like that.
Well,
there you go.
But you had the
you
capacity.
want it both ways.
Yeah.
You didn't get it that way. You had it harshly, and then you don't like it if they have it lighter.
You don't even murder.
And then there's no love in your heart then.
Or
You want them to suffer like you suffered.
Yeah.
Let them suffer.
Oh, my dad beat the hell out of me, so I'm gonna beat the hell out of my kids.
You got that Django face eye with that black old slave was. I want them to pain, I want them to suffer like I suffer. Like, damn, it's got to be like that, huh?
Yeah.
It's got to be like that?
Yeah.
They got to suffer like you suffered?
It's a real.
Why don't you show them more love?
And what we say, we toughen them up.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That's black-heartedness.
I'm getting them ready for the world.
Yeah. No free lunch. They got to learn no free lunch out here.
Because the world is cold.
Yeah. There's no free lunch.
So I got to be cold.
It's ridiculous. All right. Anyway, let's get back on topic.
But that's a distortion that's based off of the Jew. Now I'm in the position to give, and I don't want to.
Yeah.
So it benefits me to have
be
these
harsh
policies.
and cruel and disconnected.
When I was receiving, it was fine. This happens a lot in Israel. When I'm receiving the benefits, and I'm getting the mercies and the tolerances, and I'm getting all the inspirations and I'm getting built up, it's all about mercy. But when it's time to reciprocate and return the mercies, then I'm upset. It happens all the time. Because now there's no more for me to gain. So now I have to give. I have to be taken advantage of. I have to be the more mature spirit. Well, I don't like that role. Yeah. I like the original role.
Which with benefits, though. So, we're doing all this to explain what relationship building is and what considering and building really is and how to build bonds. And we're showing the example of what the Jews had been doing over years, building bonds with the Romans Now, and we got one more example of that in First Maccabees 15, verse 15 to 24. This is Simon's relationship with the Romans. We went over Judas, we went over Jonathan. Now we're here with with Simon. I'm sorry, with Simon, and what his relationship and experience was building bonds with the Romans. First, ready?
Got it. First Maccabees chapter 15 and verse 24.
No, 15 and 15 through 24.
So, First Maccabees chapter 15 and verse 15. In the mean season came Nemenius and his company from Rome, having letters to the kings and countries, wherein were written these things. Lucius, consul of the Romans, unto King Ptolemy greeting. The Jews' ambassadors, our friends and confederates, came unto us to renew our old friendship and league, being sent from Simon the high priest, and from the people of the Jews. And they brought a shield of gold of 1,000 pounds. We thought it good, therefore, to write unto the kings and countries that they should do them no harm, nor fight against them, their cities or countries, nor yet aid their enemies against them.
So listen, it took earlier chapters of Simon giving this big 1,000-pound piece of gold before all of a sudden the Romans finally said, now we're friends.
Yeah.
Before we were buddies, now we're friends. And now you have something to give me besides the fact that we'll fight for you.
Associates.
Because when it was Judas and Jonathan in power, all we promised Romans was sweat.
Yeah.
We promised some sweat and some sword play. Now we gave them sweat, sword play, and gold.
Yeah.
Now the Romans said, okay, now it's time to send the letters out to the Greeks to back everybody off. You know what I mean? But once again, it's still an example of the giving and the building is taking time. Can you tell her just to take the side ropes? Not that big one. I don't know if she could handle it. San Pedro. But anyway, keep going.
Verse 20. It seemed also good to us to receive the shield of them. If therefore there be any pestilent fellows.
Pestilent fellows.
Mm-hmm.
Come.
No, I just emphasize that. Well, who are the pestilent fellows? Like pestilent fellows, like people that are immature, people that are.
No, what they're saying is anybody that's Greek and wants to come and take this territory, now you can't do it because we got some money in our pocket.
Okay.
Now pretty much the Jews are hired muscle at this point. The Jews have paid off some help.
Yeah.
But once again, when you don't have money, you give what you can and you build relations how you can until you get strong enough to offer something that the Romans will sit back and say, okay, now these guys are serious. Let me help them on the next level. Keep going.
Verse 21. If therefore there be any pestilent fellows that have fled from their country unto you, deliver them unto Simon the high priest, that he may punish them according to their own law.
Slaki. What that meant is, on top of the Greeks not being able to touch the Jews, if there's any pro-Greek Jews that are castaways or felons, y'all got to bring them back to Simon and he'll deal with them. Keep going.
Verse 22. The same things wrote he likewise unto Demetrius the king, and Attalus, and Arathius, and Arsaces, and to all the countries, and to the Samsonites, and to the Lacedaemonians, and to Delos.
No, you know why? Because remember, Jason fled to Lacedaemonia way back when. Jason fled there running from Menelaus. Jason was that first high priest that brought that Greek stuff into Jerusalem. So he says, even those criminals, if they're caught in Lacedaemonia, bring them down. Read on.
And to Delos, and Mindus, and Sicyon, and Caria, and Samos, and Pamphylia, and Lycia, and Halicarnassus, and Rhodus, and Phasaelis, and Cos, and Sai, and Aridus, and Gortina, and Snidus, and Cyprus, and Cyrene,
So first of all, I'll let you know how many places Israel actually lived in. But keep going.
And the copy hereof they wrote to Simon the high priest. So Antiochus.
That's it. No, is it? That was all. The whole point is this is when Simon actually had paid off real backing from the Greeks, and it bought them time. The crazy thing is that Antiochus still kept trying to make moves. After Demetrius, it was Antiochus VII. He came in and tried to get position and didn't listen to this decree. So where we're at now, Demetrius adhered to it when Simon was in power. Antiochus VII, what's the word? Was an accomplice in Simon's murder, because right after Simon was murdered by his son-in-law, they came in and besieged John Hyrcanus. So now, John Hyrcanus has gone back, sent the letters back to the Romans, and the Romans are deliberating to determine how they're going to sit back here and punish the Greeks for breaking the treaty that we're reading right now. The Greeks broke the treaty that the Romans had established in Simon's time. Okay? So we're going to go, first things first, let's go to Lamentations, chapter 1 and 1. Lamentations 1 and 1. Lamentations 1 and 1.
Lamentations chapter 1 and verse 1. How could a city sit solitary that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations and princes among the provinces. How is she become tributary?
This Lamentations 1 and 1 is talking about when we fell in 586 BC. And the reality of things is, since 586 BC, we have been a tributary. And it really hasn't changed. There's little pockets of religious sovereignty, but we have been tributaries since 586 BC, and we haven't gained independence since. Tributary, the definition in 1828, tributary means paying tribute to another, either from compulsion, as an acknowledgement of submission, which is what John Hyrcanus did, or to secure protection, which is what John Hyrcanus, Simon, Judas, and Jonathan have done. We sat back here and paid tributary to secure protection from the Greeks. So this entire time, we've been in a spirit of being a tributary. But then another definition is to be subject and subordinate. This has been something that we haven't been able to avoid since 586 BC, and we can never forget that. Our responsibility to the Most High is to give the Most High what He wants, and to also accept that being that tributary, we got to give Esau what they wanted. Okay? Go to Luke chapter 16, verse 9 through 12.
Luke chapter 16 and verse 9. Luke chapter 16 and verse 9. And I say unto you, make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness.
This is what Judas did, or attempted to do. He didn't have the money. Jonathan attempted to do the same thing. He didn't have the money. Simon did, and he had the money. And now John Hyrcanus is reestablishing being friends of the mammon. Because when you're a tributary and you don't have the power and control, you have to sit back and make friends to the people that have the money, the power, and the control. If you don't, you won't survive. And that's not being a sellout. Being a sellout is when you sit back and make friends of the mammon and you give up your spiritual integrity while you're doing it. That's the sellout.
You know, you hear people talk about, you got to break away from all forms of system and control.
Shit.
So now you shouldn't even have credit. You shouldn't even be trying to build credit because it's still part of the system. Yeah, but you need credit.
I know.
Sometimes you ain't got no credit, man. Credit opened up doors.
I know that. Well, what did Christ say? Christ, he said, listen, man. Remember, should we sit back and pay Caesar taxes? He said, what's the name on that money?
Subscription, yeah.
He says, it's Caesar. He says, render unto Caesar what Caesar's, man. You got to give the white man what he wants. Because you know why? You know why we have to play that game? Because we were rebellious and didn't know how to act in times of leadership.
The scripture says part of the curse in Deuteronomy 28, he shall be the head, you shall be the tail.
Yes.
He shall lend unto thee, but thou shalt not lend unto him.
But why? Because of us. Because when we had a chance to lead, we showed we were incompetent and not capable of leading. So this is what we get. And that's a part of this deal we can't accept. You have to play ball. You just can't lose your integrity and your spiritual integrity while playing ball and serving. Keep going.
That when ye fail, they may receive you into everlasting habitation.
The truth is, listen, obviously, John Hyrcanus failed, gave up, lost his position, and needed help to reclaim his sovereign lands back. He gave it up. He didn't have the faith to keep it. Scripturally, the Most High promised he would look after us if we had faith, right? He lost faith, so he had to go back to the Romans to get the land back that he gave up. And this is what having friends in the mammon is all about. Read on.
He that is faithful in that which is least is faithful also in much.
Mm-hmm.
And he that is unjust in the least is unjust also in much.
Mm-hmm.
If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust?
Read verse yeah, keep going. Yeah, I'm sorry, read verse 11.
So like verse 11. If therefore ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon.
What does that mean? If you haven't sat back here and learned how to serve the person who's over you the right way, read on.
Who will commit to your trust the true riches?
That's the point. If you don't know how to serve, how are you going to sit back here and serve the Most High and lead the people the way you're supposed to? He's saying there's a correlation with obedience in your condition, with obedience to the Heavenly Father. There is a correlation between the two. Read the next verse.
And if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's.
If you haven't been faithful to that which is another man's. Meaning if you haven't sat back here and served under the correct conditions on earth. Read on.
Who shall give you that which is your own?
That's my point. How are you going to manage your own if you don't know how to serve? If you don't know how to be in order to the conditions around you, why would the Most High give you your own to manage?
That makes a lot of sense.
But everybody wants to run away from serving under the circumstances the Lord got them in. But they want greater in the spiritual realm. They want greater blessings in the spiritual realm. But we're cursed to serve Esau now. Are we not? Even when you're a quote-unquote business owner. If you can't do your paperwork being a business owner, why the Most High going to give you greater responsibilities down the line?
Give you complete sovereignty.
That's why you want complete sovereignty, but you can't pay your beeper bill, and you can't pay your insurances for the business. And that's white man's authority.
That's his water bill.
That's his water bill. I'm a slave. He's like, if you can't handle slave responsibility, why are you going to order the kingdom? How are you going to order the kingdom? You don't think that takes responsibility and attention to detail
and management?
And management? Well, he's telling you, if you can't sit back here and deal with the conditions of the unrighteous mammon, why are you going to sit back here and be gifted and bequeathed sovereign responsibility? You can lead the nation, but you can't sit back and pay your taxes on time? And do your annual paperwork and documents you got to do? Or your monthly responsibilities?
Keep a budget.
But you're going to be the king of the earth? The king of the world? That's laughable.
We don't know how to budget.
You can't balance a budget, but you're going to balance the nation's budget. You're going to balance the nation's budget.
Or God's kingdom.
Or God's budget. You're going to be the head budget in that?
Don't let that man touch my riches.
Hey, I don't want him over none of my business. Why? He going to screw it? He going to screw it up. He screwed up his own affairs.
The angels ain't going to eat.
God.
He's in trouble. He going to forget to get an
the lights going to get cut off for the kingdom. Because the lights are cut off in his house. I mean, his lights going to cut off in the kingdom. I can't trust him. This is what he's showing. That's the truth. So what is he saying? You have to learn how to adapt in this system and do that which is right if you want more and greater responsibility.
No, the Most High is using the captivity
to
determine whether you get complete, ultimate freedom and sovereignty to where you have now autonomy to control things how you want to control things. But it's all based upon how you are responsible, even when you don't have power.
This is what he's showing you, whether you work in a job in the world or whether you're in a camp. I mean, the men want to come in and just jump right to the top without having to serve. Without having to lock in and serve. People just want to jump to the top.
Yep.
And they think they can do it better. But if you haven't learned how to deal with all the pressure and responsibility working your way up, you won't be ready for the top.
He said, how can a man, if a man know not how to rule well his own house, how shall he rule the house of God?
And that's the point.
If I can't even keep my own house functioning, do I expect the Most High to give me power over his house?
Actually, we do.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem. We actually think we deserve extra.
I agree.
Where we're completely out the spirit. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to jump a little bit because we're getting late in the day. Let's get to Josephus, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 3. We're going to go into, now that we read about what John Hyrcanus' letter to the Romans was and his request for the Greeks to pay reparations and to recompensate them for all the destruction in these wars and to re-give them their lands back. And then we went back into, John Hyrcanus' uncle Judas and Jonathan and his father Simon and all the work they did to establish these relationships. We're going to find out what the Romans end up telling them is the solution to this land quarrel. Read on.
Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 3, line 267, page 353. And thus stood the affairs of Hyrcanus, the high priest. But as for King Demetrius, who had a mind to make war against Hyrcanus, there was no opportunity nor room for it, while both the Syrians and soldiers bare ill will to him, because he was an ill man. But when they had sent ambassadors to Ptolemy, who was called
Sychon,
that he would send them one of the family of Seleucus.
Start back to the top of the paragraph.
Paragraph 3?
Yes.
Book of Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 3, line 267. And thus stood the affairs of Hyrcanus, the high priest. But as for King Demetrius, who had a mind to make war against Hyrcanus.
So once again, this is Demetrius the second still. That was the brother of Antiochus the seventh. This is who Demetrius is. He was the brother. Remember, he was the guy that got put in jail in Persia. So he was trying to get his money up. This is King Demetrius, who was kin to Antiochus the seventh. And King Demetrius, he said he had a mind to make war with Hyrcanus because he wanted that land back. Read on.
There was no opportunity nor room for it, while both the Syrians and soldiers bare ill will to him, because he was an ill man.
So now the Most High is working on Hyrcanus' side behind the scenes, King Demetrius was a negative guy.
Wasn't he the guy?
Just like his father was that guy that was standing in them towers and staying disconnected from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
This is the son of that disconnected guy.
Wasn't he the one that promised all the money for the soldiers?
That was Trypho.
Oh, Trifle. And then bailed on him?
That was Trypho, but Demetrius was a bad guy too, because he was the son of that guy that was disconnected and treated everybody in Antioch wrong. He did the same thing also. It's just one succession of king after king that just had false promises and treated the soldiers wrong. Okay.
Oh no, he was the one that made league originally with Simon. Then he took the league back. Was that?
No, that was Trypho who was connected. Yeah, he did that too. He did that too. But Trypho was the one that had the connection with Alexander the Sixth.
Yeah.
And who was the son of oh my gosh, his names are just. There's a lot of names, but
Alexander Antiochus the Sixth. You saying was the son? He was the possible son. They said he might have been.
But he was. I forgot the guy's name.
Antiochus the Fourth, right?
No, but it was a name. It was the name of a
Epiphanes?
guy. No, it wasn't Epiphanes. It was a king. He had got clearance from. Well, he was a man that went to the king of the south, got backing. They didn't like Demetrius, the king of the north, so they tried to put him in there to replace him. He gets killed. Alexander Balas.
Yeah, Alexander Balas.
Alexander Bala. He was the one, and that this Alexander the Sixth was his son. That was the child king. Trypho came in there, had him killed, took over, but they ended up kicking out Demetrius when he got jailed in a war in Persia. He gets out, but before he gets out, Antiochus VII, his brother comes in and starts to take over. He dies. Now Demetrius II is coming back in to take his position.
He got his wife took.
Well, his wife was Cleopatra.
Yes.
So she jumped ship, left Demetrius, and went to Antiochus VII. It's a soap opera. It's a telenovela.
Yeah.
So now Demetrius is back, wants to get his position back, wants to fight John Hyrcanus, but his men don't want to fight, and there's a bunch of chaos and drama at the top in Greece with the solution line. Continue.
But when they had sent ambassadors to Ptolemy, who was called Sychon, that he would send them one of the family of Seleucus in order to take the kingdom, and he sent them Alexander, who was called Sabina.
So the soldiers didn't want Demetrius, so they went to the Ptolemies to send somebody from their line to take over the land. So they sent Alexander, called Sabinus. Read on.
With an army, and there had been a battle between them. Demetrius was beaten in the fight, and fled to Cleopatra, his wife.
The wife he used to have, who was Antiochus's wife now. Read on.
To Ptolemaeus, but his wife would not receive him. He went thence to Tyre, and was there caught. And when he had suffered much from his enemies before his death, he was slain by them. So Alexander took the kingdom.
So Alexander Sabina took the kingdom. Read on.
And made a league with Hyrcanus. Yet when he afterwards fought with Antiochus, the son of Demetrius, who was called Trypus, he was also beaten in the fight and slain.
So all this craziness is happening, and there's just one leader dying after another. So this Alexander Sabina dies to Demetrius' son, Grypus, Antiochus Grypus. Antiochus Grypus, we're going to find out, is the son of Cleopatra. Okay? So let's hold real quick. And let's do a recap of expansion real quick. Let's hold this and go to Wars of the Jews. It's a little further down the line. Wars of the Jews, Book 1. Chapter 2, paragraph 6. This is hold on. I don't know if I want to do this. No, I don't want that. Let's do chapter 10, paragraph 1. So we're still in book 13, chapter 10, paragraph 1.
Page 353. Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 10, paragraph 1, line 270. When Antiochus had taken the kingdom,
So Antiochus Grypus took the kingdom. Read on.
he was afraid to make war against Judea, because he heard that his brother by the same mother, who was called Antiochus, was raising an army against him out of Cilicia.
Okay, so this is the craziness, because Antiochus Grypus had a brother Antiochus also, who had the same mother, and they're both fighting for territory in the region. And Antiochus Grypus is like, you know what, I can't go down here and fight John Hyrcanus, because if I do, my brother's going to come take my kingdom, and I'm going to be, you know what, out of luck. So continue.
Was raising an army against him out of Cilicia. So he stayed in his own land and resolved to prepare himself for the attack he expected from his brother, who was called Sicinius, because he had been brought up in that city. He was the son of Antiochus that was called Soter, who died in Parthia. He was the brother of Demetrius, the father of Grypus. For it had so happened that one and the same Cleopatra was married to two who were brethren, as we have related elsewhere. But Antiochus Cyzicenus, coming into Syria, continued many years at war with his brother.
Mm-hmm.
Now Hyrcanus lived all this while in peace.
So what's happening is there's this internal warfare between rival brothers from different fathers and the same mother. Okay, you had Cleopatra had that with Antiochus VII and Demetrius II. She had children with both of them, and now they're warring over the kingdom. Okay, and while they're warring over the kingdom, John Hyrcanus has peace and serenity in his empire. They're not fighting him. Okay, read on.
For after the death of Antiochus, he revolted from the Macedonians.
So what he's saying is, after the death of Antiochus VII, John Hyrcanus revolted from the Macedonians. So the crazy thing is, while the Romans were deliberating on if they were going to back the Jews or not, John Hyrcanus just stopped paying taxes and bills to the Greeks. He's like, listen, I'm going to declare sovereignty from the Greeks and just ride with the Romans, because while these Greeks are fighting each other, I'm not going to pay and finance any of these guys. Read on.
Nor did he any longer pay them the least regard,
Mm-hmm.
either as their subject or their friend. But his affairs were in a very improving and flourishing condition in the times of Alexander Sabinus, and especially under these brethren, for the war which they had with one another gave Hyrcanus the opportunity of enjoying himself in Judea quietly. Quietly. Insomuch that he got an immense quantity of money.
So he got paid and was able to sit back and stack his money up, while the Greek brothers kept fighting each other for power in Antioch, Turkey, and fighting over the rest of the region. That means, what it's saying is that John Hyrcanus had power over the Syrian region. He was able to collect taxes over the people in Gaza, Philistine, Joppa, obviously Edom, and Samaria. And this is where that map kind of kicks in, showing how much of that red, it was like not the deep red, but like the next level red, from Edom all the way up to Shechem. That was the territory that John Hyrcanus used and expanded and collected the resources and money and the taxes from. And this is how he was getting rich.
Man,
Okay?
you take the taxes away, you could really stack your money up.
And you can sit back and collect all the revenue and keep it for your country. And this is how you keep getting richer and richer and richer. So while they're fighting, they're building their war chests up, so to speak. Read on.
However, when Antiochus Sisinus distressed his land, he then openly showed what he meant. And when he saw that Antiochus was destitute of Egyptian auxiliaries, and that both he and his brother were in an ill condition in the struggles they had one with another, he despised them both.
So what he's saying is when he did reconnaissance on these brothers and their military weaponry, he said they didn't have enough to fight him. So he didn't worry about them, and he kept worrying about making his money and building his armaments up. But obviously in this chapter, it's just showing the Most High was truly with John. And this is where it goes back from the last weeks. We sat back here and kind of talked about how Hyrcanus might have made not so perfect decisions, but his intentions were right, and the Most High honored his good intentions.
And we can't say it was fear of why he gave all that money up, because he didn't care about the fact that they were angry. He stopped paying his taxes.
God, when he saw weakness in them.
Yeah, so it wasn't that he was overcome by fear, and he made a fearful decision.
Well, it's almost like this. Listen, he made logical sense because when they were obviously weak, he knew not to give in.
Right.
But when it came to spiritual sense, not so much. Because he saw obviously he was outmatched by Antiochus VII, and he gave in. It was still logical and less spiritual. But the intent was pure. The intent was good.
Right.
Go to Exodus 23 and 22. I haven't doing shit. What's up, man? I'm joking. It's been happening all day today, man. Exodus 23 and 22.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 22. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto thine adversaries.
When it really boils down to it, if you obey the Most High, you don't have to be perfect. If you obey the Most High, he will be an enemy to your enemies and an adversary unto your adversaries. And that's the beautiful thing. Sometimes there is paralysis through analysis, and we try to be perfect in our execution when we don't have to be perfect in execution, but our intent has to be perfect. Our motivation has to be perfect. Our mentality has to be perfect. Our outlook has to be perfect. And if that is perfect or close to it, the Most High will sit back and be an enemy to our enemies. The Most High is sitting back here and crumbling this solution line right before John's eyes.
No different than how he dealt with the giants when he sent the murder hornets, these giant hornets to sting these giants that we didn't even know where we were even going to deal with.
God, it's almost like he made them weak enough to where all we had to do was show up and it was going to break.
Yeah.
You still have to fight, but you just got to show up and their fear is going to lead. When you sit back and see those fights we had against the giants, most of the time, as soon as we started yelling and going to war and blowing horns, they just run it off. But why were they running off so quickly? Because they already had the omens. The bad omens were already hitting them. Yep. They knew it was coming. They knew the curse was coming. So once again, what's the point? We have to do our job and play the role of the righteous. We have to do our job and cleave to the Most High and find joy in serving Him. And the Most High will open up the doors on the other end. As much as we can scrutinize the mistakes Hyrcanus did, the tactical mistakes, the mistakes that hurt us down the line many years later, his intent was right. And this is what the Most High blessed the work of his hands.
Here's a testimony of intent over execution.
That's the
I'm
point.
not saying execution. Listen, it should be quality intent and quality execution, like David. Some people have,
but everybody ain't
intent.
David, unfortunately.
Yeah, everybody's not David, bro.
And and because of that, the Most High winks at that. And as long as your heart is pure and your intent is pure, He will still make your enemies at peace with you. and make your enemies his enemies. Because, like, once again, you know what it's showing you? The Most High backed John by creating leaders that were going to oppose him that didn't make him fear. Think about that. He had Antiochus the seventh he was afraid of, and he cowered down. So he said, you know what, because you're intense, right, I'm gonna make these guys weak enough to where you're not tripping when you see them. I'll make your enemies weak enough for you so you don't feel you have to cower down in fear. You're gonna see their weaknesses and keep pushing forward. That's what he's showing. He has enough love, and for us, if we're doing the right thing to make our condition palatable for us.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's like what Scripture says, the Most High will give you one good hand.
Yes, that is literally the truth. He won't give us something that's so difficult, that's so hard, that we're going to tell ourselves, I can't do it. So he's making the battle easy enough for John to digest. And that's something that we have to hold on to when things get difficult for us. If we just stay obedient, he'll make it okay.
And that's another reason under your notch under your belt in your reasoning to know that the Lord will be there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, as has mine been on point, I've been making sure I've been crossing my T's and dotting my I's in my intent and my execution as much as possible. The Lord's gonna come through.
Yep. So what we do is read Deuteronomy 28:7. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 7. For the Lord shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways.
Well, read that again from the top.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 7. The Most High shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face.
Mm-hmm.
They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee 7 ways.
He's telling you this is what he's doing in real time for John. He's making the enemy scatter. Why? Because they're distracted. Either it's in straight war or they're so caught up in whatever they're going through. He's eliminating all of the adversaries away from him so that he can sit back and make the right decisions to rebuild the kingdom and reestablish it. I can't say he made back what he lost from giving that money from David's tomb, but they're getting reestablished because of his obedience. Okay? Now what we do from there is go back to Josephus 13, book 13, chapter 10, paragraph 2 and 3 now.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 2. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Line 275.
So while John Hyrcanus is seeing that these Greeks are weak and they're not strong, and they're warring each other, read on.
So he made an expedition against Samaria, which was a very strong city.
Now you know Samaria is our northern neighbors. Read on.
Of whose present name Sabbath, and its rebuilding by Herod, we shall speak at a proper time.
Mm-hmm.
But he made his attack against it, and besieged it with great deal of pains. For he was greatly displeased with the Samaritans, for the injuries they had done to the people of Marissa, a colony of the Jews, and confederate with them, and this in compliance to the king of Syria. When he had therefore drawn a ditch and built a double wall round about the city.
So once again, they said it took great pains to break this city. But one of the great pains, you had to dig a ditch and build another wall around their wall to really lock them in. Okay, read on.
Which was 80 furlongs long. He set his son Antigonus and Aristobulus over the siege, which brought the Samaritans to the great distress by famine, that they were forced to eat what used not to be eaten.
All right, that's bad. That's bad right there. What's not to be eaten? Excrement, children, all type of craziness. Before they gave in. Read on.
And to call for Antiochus Sisinus to help them, who came readily to their assistance.
Antiochus Sisinus came in to help because he wanted to sit back here and get this region under control and get them taxes. Read on.
But was beaten by Aristobulus, and when he was pursued as far as Scythopolis by the two brethren, he got away. So they returned to Samaria and shut them in again within the wall, till they were forced to send for the same Antiochus a second time to help them, who procured about 6,000 men from Ptolemy Lathyrus, which were sent them without his mother's consent.
The reason this guy Ptolemy or Antiochus Sisinus had access to the Ptolemies is because his mother was of the Ptolemy line. His mother was a Cleopatra, so he had access to the help from the Ptolemies to help in this siege, to help unlock or allow the Samaritans to escape. Read on.
Who had then in manner turned him out of his government. With these Egyptians, Antiochus did at first overrun the country of Hyrcanus, after the manner of a robber, for he durst not meet him in the face to fight with him, as not having an army sufficient for that purpose, but only from this supposal, that by thus harassing his land from this land, he should force Hyrcanus to raise a siege of Samaria. But because he fell into snares and lost many of his soldiers therein, he went away to Tripoli.
Tripoli is where Lebanon is. So these Egyptian soldiers tried to start a fight with Hyrcanus so they would stop besieging Samaria, but they took so many losses they went back home. Read on.
And committed the prosecution of the war against the Jews to Calamander and Epicrates.
Read on.
But as to Calamander, he attacked the enemy too rashly, and was put to flight, and destroyed immediately. And as to Epicrates, he was such a lover of money that he openly betrayed Caesaropolis and other places near it to the Jews, but was not able to make them raise the siege to Samaria. And when Hyrcanus had taken the city, which was not done till after a year's siege.
It took a year's siege to break down the Sumerian stronghold. This is the first time we took down Samaria in forever. Read on.
He was not contented with doing that only, but he demolished it entirely, and brought rivulets to it to drown it. For he dug such hollows as might let the waters run under it. Nay, he took away the very marks that there had ever been such a city there.
But it's in the truth be told, that's phenomenal because Samaria was a thorn in our side for so many years. So this is almost like the marking of the fall of Samaria as being a major player in the region. They took the Mount Gerizim was already broken down
For 200 years, it said.
Well, it said it had lasted for 200, but after that it was done. And now he's taken out the stronghold of Samaria, where all these nations were had a stronghold in. Now, by the time Christ got down there, there were still nations there, but obviously they didn't have the same political power that they had when John Hyrcanus took them out. So listen, to be honest with you, John Hyrcanus is starting to come through and hit his stride. He's starting to hit his stride and reclaim significant territory that our forefathers had lost. Listen, we had lost Samaria since the 700 BCs. We didn't have control of Samaria for a long 722.
Yeah.
We haven't had Samaria since 722 BC. So this is around 120s. This is significant.
Like 600 years.
Now we've reclaimed this spot again.
Major Victor.
So let's continue.
Line 282. Now a very surprising thing is related of this high priest Hyrcanus, how the Most High came to discourse with him.
Now listen, take this with a grain of sand, because this ain't the scriptures. We can't forget, we're taking Josephus, and we're tying in historical concepts in this book. Josephus is not the Bible. It is not a spiritual book. It is a book of history. That's important. It's very important to keep that in context. This is not like we're reading Deuteronomy. It's just historical, and we're bringing down historical information. You can tie in historical concepts with the scriptures, but Josephus is not a book of prophecy. Are we clear with that?
Okay. There's a good point, though. Go to Luke chapter 12, verse 11 and 12.
Okay. Luke chapter 12 and verse 11. And when they bring you unto the synagogues and unto magistrates and powers, take ye no thought how or what things ye shall answer.
It says, when you go in front of powers or people that have authority over you, he says, take no thought for what?
Take ye no thought how or what things ye shall answer,
Go ahead.
or what ye shall say.
Go ahead.
For the Holy Spirit.
It says, for what?
For the Holy Spirit.
It says, so one thing that can happen is that we're not going to say Josephus is correct and the Most High came down and talked to John Hyrcanus. We know that we don't believe the Josephus as being the most valid prophetic book. But one thing that can happen that's in the scripture is Christ is saying this, that the Holy Spirit will do what?
Shall teach you in the same hour what ye ought to say.
If you're obedient enough, if you're faithful enough, and if you got a positive mind frame, and you look at things the right way, there is a chance, though, when you're in the midst of your enemies or in the midst of authority, that the Most High will allow the Holy Spirit to work through you.
Yeah.
And it says, in that hour, the Holy Spirit shall do what?
It says, and in that same hour what ye ought to say.
Go ahead.
Verse 13.
That's it. So, can the Holy Spirit work through John Hyrcanus? Yes. Are we going to say that we're going to agree with Josephus that the Most High came to Josephus? No. But by way of the Holy Spirit, if a man is in his right mind frame, the Most High can work with him. Go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 verse 3 and 4.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 3. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 3. For forward thoughts.
One thing that we do know is that if John Hyrcanus is walking around with forward thoughts, read.
For forward thoughts separate from the Most High.
We know this, that if John Hyrcanus has the wrong mindset as he's making his decisions, and if he's looking at the battle the wrong way, or if he's got negative thoughts or rebellious thoughts, if he's holding on to evil in his heart, the Most High is not going to work with him. Now, when you look at the success of what his battles were, he took out Samaria in a way that he didn't even take out Edom.
Yep.
He didn't even treat the Edomites like he did the Samaritans.
It's vicious.
That vicious where he just dug ditches and trenches around them and drowned them out. But the Most High obviously is working with him because he's on a conquest of success. He took out the Edomites, which have been a thorn in our side. He took out Samaritans, which have been a thorn in our side. So the Most High obviously is working with him.
Mm-hmm.
But if he has the wrong mentality, he says it will do what?
For forward thoughts separate from the Most High.
Read.
And his power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise.
Go ahead.
For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter.
One thing that as a leader, John the Hyrcanus cannot have a malicious soul. If any man in leadership got to retain a pure perspective no matter what they're going through. If you're going to have the Most High working through you and working with you. And that's one way that the Most High can intervene in our everyday battles is by having the right mentality. Because once you start becoming bitter and rebellious and stubborn and start looking at everything negative, the Most High is not working with you. He's not coming to assist. Neither can the Holy Spirit work with you. Because the scriptures say the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit.
Yeah.
Once unrighteousness cometh there, then the Most High is out of there. His spirit is out of there. His assistance is out of there. So go back, let that go and go back to Josephus.
When it says there was this very surprising thing that is related of this high priest.
Line 282.
Line 282. Now a very surprising thing is related of this high priest Hyrcanus, how the Most High came to discourse with him. For they say that on the very same day on which his son fought with Antiochus Cyzicenus, he was alone in the temple as high priest offering incense.
So don't forget, this man was pious, and he did the work of a high priest. He's obviously in the temple doing the work of a high priest, burning incense, praying to the Most High, doing something with piety. He is doing this. It ain't like he's sitting back here disconnected to having a consciousness towards the Most High. Read on.
And heard a voice that his sons had just then overcome Antiochus. And this he openly declared before all the multitude on his coming out of the temple. And it accordingly proved true. And in this posture were the affairs of Hyrcanus.
So what they're saying is he had the gift of prophecy. Because while he was sending up incense and prayers to the Most High, the Spirit told him that his sons defeated Antiochus Cyzicenus. And they're saying, well, John Hyrcanus is a prophet because of that. That ain't in the scriptures. So I'm just going to, that's history. There's a lot of times Spirit might tell you something and ends up being true. Or it's true in real time. I don't know if that means you're a prophet. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to keep that in context. Because I can't say he's a prophet like David was a prophet. Like Jeremiah was a prophet. Like Isaiah and Ezekiel were prophets. Christ had prophecies that he brought out. Or even Moses had prophecies. I'm not going to act like that what John did right here was prophetic like them. He was he was obviously in the temple, and the Spirit told him, "Your sons just won." And I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave it more on a historical note than he's a prophet. Now, can the Spirit, like Shamsu wants to say, can the Spirit be with you and give you insight to things? Most definitely. But I can't say that spiritual insight means he is a prophet of the Lord. Understand what I'm saying? Just wanted for the record, just make sure we're clear on that. Not to overly embellish anybody or make somebody greater than what they are. He obviously did great works, and he was in the right spirit, and the Most High was with him. But to claim prophet, I'm not touching that one. Okay? From there, let's go. I think it's to paragraph 4. In the Josephus. Hold on one second. Let me get there. Yeah, let's go to paragraph 4.
And took it in book 13, chapter 9, paragraph 4, line 284. Now it happened at this time that not only those Jews who were at Jerusalem and in Judea were in prosperity, but also those of them that were at Alexandria and in Egypt and Cyprus. For Cleopatra the queen was at variance with her son Ptolemy, who was called Lathyrus, and appointed for her generals.
Chelcias, yes.
Chelcias and Ananias, the sons of that Onias, who built the temple in the prefecture
Of Heliopolis.
Heliopolis.
Listen, this is Onias the fourth's children.
Oh.
So Onias the fourth's children end up being generals for Cleopatra to restore order in the kingdom. You know the funny thing is, the Most High honored any of us who followed the Most High, kept order with the Lord, and supported the empire that they were a part of. Huh? That's constant proof. The Most High is showing us that if you stay in order and do your job, the Most High will look after you. Stay in order and do your job, the Most High will look after you. It doesn't pay for us to operate in this spirit of not playing ball in the situation you're in. It just doesn't. All of the extremes we tell ourselves it's okay to be extreme in, it ain't. We have to be dedicated to serving the Lord and fulfilling the roles we have to operate and keep the Most High's good graces. Because the funny thing is this: if Chelcias and Ananias didn't go to war for Cleopatra, what positions would we be in the kingdom? We wouldn't be in any good position. What is the lesson here? Does the lesson mean that every Israelite got to go to the military? No, that's not the answer. The answer is we have to sit back here and operate and bring some benefit to the table so we can be sustained. That's undoubtable. We have to sit back and bring some type of benefit to the nation and make moves that elevate the nation and that make us valuable in this world. So can we sit back and operate and make moves that are valuable to this world and make the Most High priority? That's all I see in history. And when we did that, we were elevated and taken care of. Continue.
Like that at Jerusalem, as we have elsewhere related.
So there's John Hyrcanus. They're elevated. Onias the fourth son. If sons in Alexandria, they're elevated. Read on.
Cleopatra entrusted these men with her army and did nothing without their advice, as Strabo in Cappadocia attests, when he saith thus: Now the greater part, both those that came to Cyprus with us, and those that were sent afterwards thither, revolted to Ptolemy immediately. Only those that were called Onias' party, being Jews, continued faithful, because their countrymen Chelcia and Ananias were in chief favor with the queen. These are the words of Strabo.
You know why the funny thing is the reason that Josephus is writing information about how the Jews in all these countries were of benefit in Egypt and in all these different countries around the world is because this is the beginning of the sentiment that was being pushed around the world, that the Jews, everywhere they go, they are a menace to society. They are a detriment to the society. I'm reading a book right now where this Edomite goes through the entire history of civilization to try to explain that everywhere the Jew has been in, they've been destructive. And there have been plagues. I read this one. There's Egyptian writers that said that Moses was the leper that brought these wicked people out of Egypt.
Wow.
That's literally what Egyptians were writing about. That guy
Manetho.
Yes, Manetho and his other guys, and all throughout history are saying that the Jews were menaces all throughout history. And the book is called The History of Anti-Semitism.
That's funny.
And all throughout the book it explains how the Jew has been a cancer in everybody's life. How they didn't want to sit back here and play ball and be a part of the world. They've been anti the world since the beginning of time. But when you read history, at least when we were Jews, we were productive and were supportive to the powers that be as much as we could. And then when we went from black to Amalek, things had changed, definitely changed. But when we were the Jew, we were supportive to the nations as much as we could, not spiritually, but in war and in tribute. You know the messed thing is we were and we weren't. Because listen, I got to say that because as we keep reading, we start looking bad. We stop paying tribute.
Yep.
We start complaining about tribute, complaining about war, what we had to do, and then we start looking back.
And when the Romans came in power, it wasn't long before the Romans started hating us too.
Oh, no.
Oh no, I was told down this. People talk about the temple falling in 70 AD. How about the temple fell in 63 BC? How about Jerusalem fell in 63, 64 BC? And we went to war against the Romans. And then as punishment, they put the white man over us. We're going to go there.
You talking about 63 AD?
No.
You said BC.
I said 63 BC. When General Pompey came in there. Because there were two Jew brothers.
Okay, yeah. You talking about almost 100 years.
Yeah. No, 120 years.
Like 120 years before
the literal fall.
Before the actual fall.
Yeah, but we lost around 13,000 men because there was two brothers who couldn't accept their position. There was two brothers. One was Aristobulus II, so we're about to get to him. This is Aristobulus I. Aristobulus II was the younger brother. The older brother, I forgot the other guy's name. The older brother was supposed to be the leader and the high priest. But Aristobulus II said, no, I'm not accepting that. So we're going to sit back and bicker over this.
Yeah, and then you had John Hyrcanus II too. That came after that.
But no, before that. But Aristobulus II doesn't accept that his older brother should take the high priesthood. And this happened multiple times in history too. So what Aristobulus II does, he has money. So he sits back and hires soldiers and they go to war. And the Romans says, what's going on? We got to stop this. So the Romans go down to Jerusalem. Aristobulus has his soldiers hunker down and lock down Jerusalem. So while they're doing that, the Romans sit back here and besiege Jerusalem because this guy Aristobulus doesn't want to play ball. He's going to war. And then they besiege Jerusalem. And then they break down one of the walls and they get in 64 BC. And then they lock up Aristobulus. On the way of taking Aristobulus to Rome, he escapes. But in the meantime, the Romans are like, you know what? We can't trust that these Jews are going to do business right. We can't trust that these black guys are going to handle business right. So what we're going to do is we're going to put Antipater, the top Idumean general, and have him over the affairs of the Jews.
And there you have it.
And that's when the white man came into power. But why did they come into power? Because the Jew couldn't handle it. The Jew wanted to go to war with the Romans because he just couldn't accept he was going to be the number 2 man in the temple.
And Antipater was Herod the Great's father, right?
Yes, because Herod the Great was Antipater II.
Yep.
And this is when everything went downhill even further. So we lost 12,000 soldiers in 63 BC when General Pompey came in and seized us and took us over. Because we just couldn't follow orders and lock in and serve and have harmony amongst each other. So as bad as Manetho and these writers, they want to criticize all the Jews. We have periods when we were obedient and in order and did things right, and a lot of chaotic times and spaces in between that. Remember many years ago when King Cyrus the Great dies? Remember his son comes into power and he's given a letter by Sanballat the Samaritan saying these Jews have a history of not locking in and paying their tributes and bills.
Troublemakers.
Remember that? They're troublemakers. And then the king said, and I've read the records and you're right. We're going to halt the building of the temple.
Yeah, I
Remember that?
Yep.
So even before Manetho, you had these antagonists that sat back and looked at the history and focused only on our rebellious times and not on our obedient times. So the problem is we've given the world examples of us rebelling and operating overly privileged in times when we were obedient and stayed in order and rose to the top. That's our history is both sides. When I'm reading this book, I'm like, man, a person that don't know history will believe this.
Yeah.
Because this guy was dropping history and writings from the nations, literally from the time of Moses on. I'm like, this guy's convincing. If you didn't know better, you wouldn't see past the BS.
Yep.
That is only one-sided propaganda. But anyway,
And Josephus hated Manetho.
I know, because you know why? It was painting a one-sided what do you call it? Not propaganda, but it was like it was staining our name with this one-sided explanation of who we were. And he was like, you're not really explaining who we really are as a nation. We do support the cause of whatever nation we have to serve. Because what they were saying is these Jews don't lock in and contribute to society. All they do is go against society. That's what they're saying. All they do is go against society. I mean, if you look at our people, that's what we do a lot of times too. We don't want to just accept our conditions. We've been vassals since 586 BC. Can you accept it? Can you accept that you're a vassal and that you're commanded to follow the laws, statutes, commandments, and learn how to stay in order and contribute to society?
It's called double servitude, right? And that's the reason why nobody want to do it.
That's the point.
I gotta get the most high 100%, and I gotta sit here and contribute to the society.
That means
What's in it for me?
it's nothing is going to be about you.
And the Lord's purging that self-based spirit, like He purged us when Adam and Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna sit here and live by the sweat of your brow.
Yep.
That purged your folly. That was a consequence for your folly. And now we got double servitude, which is another consequence for our folly. It's still the same judgment of the Lord.
I know. A judgment a lot of times we don't really want to accept. And we think it's not fair. And I'm only bringing that up to explain why Josephus is defending our honor and our contribution so much.
Yeah.
Because at the time, there is a growing movement to discount our willingness to contribute to society. They're like, the Jew ain't trying to contribute to society. The Jew is sitting back here and is selfish. And they want to all they want to do is separate themselves from the rest of the world and make it about them.
What's going on now? Because
That's the point.
there has been numerous upon numerous, and I'm pretty sure if you study about the black inventions and you study about all the contributions of our people intellectually in society since the 1800s, 1700s, all the things we've done
We've done great things.
the
to
great works
contribute
we
to
have
society.
done, when we operate under kind of a conservative premise and also in that submission premise, we've done a lot of great things for society. But now if you highlight pockets of time periods when we've been chaotic as a society
And
based
selfish.
off of the crack epidemic, the heroin epidemic,
And these socialist
liberalism-
policies pushed to us. The
the
thing
liberalism
that killed us
concept,
was the socialist policies that was pushed on us,
Yeah.
telling us you're the victim.
the liberal agenda
Yep.
has intensified our negatives. Now we're not victims, but we've intensified following those
Our
liberal
victim
concepts.
complex.
Our victim complex has intensified, and we've become these prison population intensified.
Yeah.
The dregs of society and the woes of society. The single parent intensification of our nation.
Mm-hmm.
All these things have doubled and tripled based off of us as a nation choosing to follow liberal concepts.
Huh?
So I mean, but there is a two-sided coin to the scenario, and depending on who's in authority or who wants to paint the picture, they emphasize one side. So now let's erase the Tuskegee Airmen, which is being done right now.
Yep.
Let's erase the black.
Booker T.
Congress-
Washington,
Let's erase all their
George Washington Carver.
so we can dehumanize them and put that as the narrative, so that now we're justified in whatever other approaches we want to do.
And all the things we want to do indecently to him.
Yes.
Because this Manethos was Egyptian, and don't forget the Egyptians were third-class citizens at the time.
For a long period of time, yeah.
And the Greeks put the Jew as the second-class citizen, so they were fighting for their own sovereignty too.
It
So to fight for your sovereignty, you have to discredit the value of the nation above you in society.
Yes.
And it's the same thing happening here.
Yeah.
But this is why it's important for Israel to bring something to the table on both sides. Your number one priority is the Most High.
Piety.
But you also have to be able to maintain whatever your responsibility is to pay your bills and to sustain
And
yourself.
contribution.
And contribute.
Yeah.
Until the Most High takes us out of this place
And then when you're in
and we can contribute there.
And then
what he's saying is if you can't contribute here, what makes you think you're going to contribute
You're not.
there?
You're not.
That's what we was reading in Luke. My friends in the Mammon.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't contribute here, if you don't have work ethic here, you're going to have work ethic in the nation.
You're not going to wake up and turn it on.
If you can't get up at 6 in the morning to do your job here, you don't get up at 6 a.m. to sit back here when it's your kingdom?
Nope.
That's what he's trying to say. If you want to hand out here, you're not going to want to hand out there?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. That's the scary part of things. If you can't learn accountability now, you're going to all of a sudden just magically wake up and be accountable in the kingdom?
If you want to
no.
if you can't give it for free now, you think because Christ is sitting there, it's like, now give him for free?
It's not true.
Not going to happen, bro.
If you're always the victim now, you're going to think you're not going to be the victim in the kingdom?
Exactly. If you want to quit because things are hard now, or things are you don't feel good today, and you're not feeling it right now, you think you're not feeling it because Christ is looking at you?
No, you're not. And that's the lesson he's trying to show us. Okay, we finished with paragraph 4? Okay, so let's do this. Go to Genesis chapter 12, verse 2 through 3. This is a promise the Most High gave to Abram before he was the father of a great multitude. Read verse 2.
Genesis chapter 12 and verse 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless thee.
So what's happening is, what the nations also understood, is when we were on point, they would bless, the Most High would bless the nations that blessed us too.
Yes. True.
Because this is what happened when Cleopatra kept the Jew next to her, all of a sudden she was winning. When we're on point and the Romans looked after us, they were winning.
Yeah.
Listen, when Caesar Augustus or Octavius sat back and was in power, and he sat back and paid for all of our sacrifices, and we paid our tribute to him, he thrived. He had the longest reign as a Roman general or leader of all time. But you can't discount his reign on the top and his love, or not love, but respect for us and him covering our costs. But the same thing happened with Ptolemy Philadelphians.
And we all
during the time of Egypt.
And we've gone through the period in history where they were the ones sending us sacrifice. They were sending sacrifice.
Or they're paying for the sacrifices. Yeah. When the leaders of Egypt did
just
that,
pray for us.
We got taken care of.
And in Rome, yeah.
And then that was the whole point. When we're in order and they respect us and keep us close, they get taken care of. This is how it's been. Okay? Read on.
And curse him that curseth thee.
So when they start cursing us and we're on point, they get cursed. And he most likely becomes an enemy to them. This is how it's been also. This is what's not talked about by Manethos and all these negative writers.
Yeah.
When we're on point and we're accepting our position, if we're vassals, if we're the best vassals we can be, while honoring the Lord, he protects us, promotes us, and makes our life easier. And he sits back here and makes the leader's life easier too. You know, it's funny. Even when we look at when we fell in 586 BC, and as we have de-escalated ever since then, What people don't understand is when we got kicked out of Israel, it was a significant fall. But did y'all not know that we were landowners in Egypt? I mean, in Babylon? We left. We got kicked out of Israel and was given land in Babylon. How many people get that in slavery?
Not many.
We were given lands to farm and vineyards to grow. Didn't Jeremiah say, do your vineyards, live your life?
Yeah.
That means we were given land. So even in punishment, Mosai gave us favor with the Babylonians.
And mercy.
And he gave us favor and mercy during the time of the Persians.
That deletes and that negates your where is the Lord, where is God, where is the mercy, the unfairness of the Father.
Now, the crazy thing is the punishment just kept getting worse. The slavery conditions kept getting worse and worse and worse over all the generations of our disobedience.
Oh, yeah.
It just kept getting worse. It wasn't like when we was in the South or we was in the plantations in Brazil and in North, Central, and South America, the conditions weren't like Babylon.
It messed with immorality.
We didn't have our own land to farm in those places at all. So it got more cruel, but we got more wicked. And we got more disconnected.
The times matched our lack of piety.
Done. And as we got more disconnected, the punishments ramped up. So our curses increased because we disconnected ourselves from the Lord. But when we were on point, he made our captivity more bearable.
And that goes for now too. Because some people say my life is too hard. Well, the question is what level and degree of servitude and satisfaction you give the Father? For him to release, because to me what I've seen is that the poverty of Israel and the conflict that we live in is directly connected to our forgetfulness of him.
Yes, it's true.
Listen, if you keep forgetting the Most High every time he blesses you, then he has to keep you in limbo so you don't forget him. It's pretty simple.
Yep. Yeah.
And shalom. Whoever's online,
Yeah.
shalom.
I don't want to make this overly about that. I think we got the point. I just want to kind of express that at this was pretty much the peak, the last of the peaks of our sustainability in this region. Because after John it dies and moves on, and Onias' sons after they have their run, it's very difficult to recreate leadership at the top. And I want to go there real quick. Ecclesiasticus. Matter of fact, let's do a couple of them. Matthew 22 and 21. You got it?
Right. Matthew chapter 22 and verse 21. They say unto him, Caesar's. Then say he unto them, Render therefore unto Caesar the things which are Caesar.
Christ said, listen, man, give Caesar what's his. We're tributaries. Give Caesar his money. Read on.
And unto the Most High the things that are the Most High.
This is what we have to always keep in mind. If Caesar wants more time, give him his time. If Caesar wants more work, then give him his work. How come Caesar's there? Because we couldn't handle responsibility when we had the opportunity as a nation. We are still tributaries since 5 BC. Listen, I don't think people will like that. If we put tributaries since 586 BC until present day.
That shirt ain't getting more.
Will anybody
I
buy
know who's
that
gonna wear
shirt?
that shirt. Anybody buy it? Who wanted to wear it? Kill the whole attempt to
So
be Israelite.
tributaries from 586 BC to 226 AD.
And then you gotta put yes.
2026 AD.
You gotta put yes, a boss.
No,
I ain't putting that one in there.
shirt.
If you
Yes,
just put tributaries 586 BC to present day, till now. Nobody's wearing that shirt out.
Nobody's wearing that. I ain't even finna wear it. I said I can't wear that shirt out. But it's the truth though.
But that's the harsh
It's
reality.
about being honest.
That's the harsh reality.
We're tributaries because you were saying Remember this cauldron? The outside of the cauldron is going to be warm. This is going to have the soft meat. You were running Edomite man game on your own people when you had your own king.
Listen, how about if it's up to the men, they will say, for the women that wear the shirt, that your desire has to be unto your husband.
Of course.
Says Eve.
Yeah.
They don't mind them pushing that shirt.
Baby, you gonna put that shirt
Listen,
on.
you
man.
gotta serve your husband because Eve messed up. Well, you gotta wear that shirt. You gotta serve
Right,
your
you got
husband.
to repent,
We don't
baby.
listen. She made a mistake. That's on you now. You gotta sit back and live with. A brother will push that one.
It's
Right?
the Bible.
Yeah.
That's what the scripture says. They'll say that.
It's the word of the Lord.
There's a brother that sit back and buy 5 colors for that shirt for they rip to wear.
Sure.
That's Monday through Friday, baby.
But listen, when it comes to
Let's
us
remember.
having to sit back home to that, we're tributaries. I don't want to wear that. I don't want to wear that. I don't want to accept
They
that.
try to put us in bondage, brother.
There you go. There you go. There you go. You see the hypocrisy?
I'm free. I'm a
She
free.
got to serve because Eve screwed up.
Yeah.
But I don't got to serve because we screwed up in 586 BC.
Oh, that's
No.
classic double game, man.
That's the devil game.
Yeah.
That's the devil game.
Yeah.
That's the lie.
Yeah.
But that's the truth. And if you can understand that you're still in the tributary, and when the Lord decides to pull us out of here, then the tributary is over.
You too must serve. Ah.
But what is tributary? You have to sit back and support the cause. You have to support the cause until it's time for you to remove from this earth, or Christ comes down to relieve you.
Which is being a responsible citizen. You're
People
responsible.
don't want to say that. We know about the atrocities.
What's there?
And I get it. Listen, you don't got to sit
That's
back.
real.
You don't got to sit back here and follow their doctrine. You don't got to sit back and go to their churches. You don't have to, sit back here and follow their 5-letter organizations.
I mean,
I'm just saying what I'm saying, bro.
We've been in this position before when the so-called Negro had independent, conservative mindset, and we were responsible. There has been periods of that,
Yeah.
quote unquote.
Truth. It's the truth.
But we are far from that now.
We don't have to sit back here.
We're far from that now.
We don't have to be black guys wearing white wigs like Jake used to do back in the day. You don't got to take it that far. Right?
You mean getting consack?
No. I'm talking about white wigs. Because back in the day, if you was going to be part of the political party, you had to sit back and wear these white wigs like these white folks. And they didn't have white froze. So you was going to wear white processed wigs, huh? like you walk around like white folks. You don't got to do that. Yeah, but you got to play ball when you got to play ball and accept your condition. Let that go and go to Ecclesiastes and the Apocrypha 1 and 18. You know, they had pictures in your suits like this. You know, they had the paintings of like George Washington.
Yeah.
Like this. Like this. Come on, It's this.
History to writing driven?
You know, that was they did it because that's what the English did in Parliament. So they took a lot of the parliamentary approaches because that's what they would wear the wigs in England back in the day. I don't know anymore. I don't know why they wore the wigs, but they took that concept from England to the United States. Yes, sir.
The main reason behind those wigs, because they were party boys and whatnot, the aristocracy.
Okay.
They were rampant with syphilis.
Okay.
Syphilis over time will cause the hair to fall.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well,
That makes
to
sense.
this day it exists. If you look up why African judges are still wearing wigs,
Oh, they wearing wigs?
yeah,
Come
it's still
on,
going
now.
on.
Guilty. Guilty. Come on,
What
now.
is this? What is this?
You must go to prison. That's like sheep. Well, at least they got white wigs that's wool. At least it's woolly. That makes it a little bit better. It's still whack.
Get this chart, eh?
No, they say, why are you gay?
Yeah,
Why are you gay? Disorder.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my God. Come. Ecclesiastes 1 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 18.
That's what they would say in the court of law at the Parliament House. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 18.
It's short. It's short.
The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, making peace and perfect health to flourish.
The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom. To fear the Lord, that means the Most High is your priority. He's the reason why you get up in the morning. And also you accept all the conditions that the Lord has presented in front of you. You're the tributary. You're the wife that has to serve your husband. Because what makes a wife truly at peace with the Lord? She accepts her condition. She accepts her position. She accepts where she falls in line. That's no different than men having peace with the Lord. He accepts his condition. He accepts where he falls in line. And there's no complaints.
And she's willing to serve you on good days and bad days.
And that's the same thing with men.
Oh yeah.
That's what peace of the Lord really is, what it is. Read on.
Shalom.
But it says,
Shalom.
fearing the Lord is a crown of wisdom,
Yeah.
making peace and perfect health
To flourish.
So what does that mean? When you're not at peace with your conditions, what ends up happening? When you're not at peace with your conditions,
There's no peace.
and there's no perfect health,
There's chaos.
and there's no perfect
sickness.
health. A lot of times, sickness comes from just not accepting your conditions. Sickness comes from stress. Stress comes from why just not accepting why I got to go through what I'm going through.
All this cortisol is turning up.
Your cortisol turns up because you just don't accept the Most High's got you going through this. But he says peace of mind comes from what? Fearing the Lord and accepting the conditions the Lord has for you to offer. When you accept your conditions, you're at peace and your health flourishes. So it behooves us to stop fighting and asking the why, and just accept what the Most High's got you going through.
And accept that you're a second-class citizen.
Yes, that's why I say.
If second.
Listen.
I might be third, fourth class.
But people don't want it. That's why I said what I said. We might have to get that T-shirt. Tributary since 586
Come
BC,
on.
huh?
Come on.
Until present day.
Until present day.
That don't feel good at all to rock. Who wants to rock that? Arrow black man, proud kings and queens. Or you tributary since 586 BC.
I pay my taxes.
Listen, that means that's 2,060 years, sitting down for a little bit, a long time. Now, there was a period of time in the Dark Ages where we had a little run.
That's right.
So you get
That's right. That's right.
we had a little run in the Dark Ages, so I can't say it was all bad.
We had a little run. Had a little sprint, huh?
Listen, we had a little run in Europe. We had a little run in Africa.
Yeah.
We had a little run in the Americas. So it wasn't tributaries all the way. But hypothetically, we've been tributaries since 586 BC. We've been tributaries because we haven't had sovereignty in our homeland since 586.
We ain't been home in a long time.
That's it. And if we want to be specific, we haven't been whole since 722. We ain't been whole for 2,800 years. But that kind of keeps things in perspective to kill that ego. Because the ego is what you're going to war with. You're supposed to be where you're at. And I don't know why you're here, because you're there. Your ceiling is your floor. That's the thing that's doing, it's a stupid thing. This is where you're at. You got to accept your conditions. And if you can accept your conditions, you can make the best out of serving the Most High and being at peace with your battle.
Yeah, making the best of your reality.
And if you do make the best of your reality and you can learn to fear the Lord, then you'll be at peace, and that's when your health. What matters the most? Peace of mind and health. So you can continue to do your job for the Most High and please Him.
I'll be there for you too.
All that matters is when you start getting older, the only thing that matters is, can I stay healthy? And can I be at peace? And can I sit back here and last long enough to see my grandchildren and my children's children and be strong? And how long can I make a strong effect to my nation? That's all that matters.
Health as well.
So, let that verse go. Also, did we finish that verse? Read it from the top, verse 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1 and verse 18. The fear of the Lord is a crown of wisdom, making peace and perfect health to flourish, both which are the gifts of the Most High.
He says the gifts of the Most High, whether you're a tributary or not, is peace and perfect health. Because when Ecclesiastes was written, this was written when we were captives in Egypt, actually, during the Ptolemaic Empire. So they understood even back then the greatest gift you can ask for is good health and peace of mind. Because who was to say when we were going to get alleviated and get put back into our kingdom again? You might not get that in your lifetime. But what the Most High promise you is good health and peace of mind if you give yourself to Him. Read on.
And it enlargeth the rejoicing that love him.
He will enlargeth the rejoicing of them that love Him. If you really understand the Most High and you buy into Him, you'll start seeing all the benefits He brings to the table.
All the joy.
And He will enlarge your heart once you realize He's not asking a lot. He just wants you to really serve Him. And everything you go through is to determine how serious you are about serving.
To serve.
And when you stop fighting that, then you see all the benefits and all the good He's bringing to the table. Let that go. And lastly, we're going to go to Ecclesiasticus 10, verse 1 through 5. Ecclesiasticus 10, verse 1 through 5.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 1.
Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
So once again, a wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. The question is, did that prudent man learn how to run the government when he was at the top of the government?
No.
Or did he learn to sit back here and rule once he learned how to follow rules and follow order? And sit back and serve under somebody else, making somebody else flourish.
If I were king for a day, I would make sure. No, you know,
Listen,
that's not real.
what made what's his name? Was it Joshua? No, it was
It was Joshua.
No, not Joshua. It was Joshua. Come on, warrior. It was not Joshua with
Joshua and Caleb, right?
No, not Joshua and Caleb. It was come on, a war. 12 sons of Isaac.
Oh yeah.
The 12 sons of Jacob. Joseph. That's it. What made Joseph rise to number 2? He sat back and learned how to serve bakers.
Oh yeah.
Remember that?
I forgot.
He was a baker's servant.
Yeah, that was crazy.
First of all, he was a pure slave. Then he was a baker's servant. He was a servant all the way up, and that taught him how to lead. He served great in every level he was at.
And you think he wanted to be a baker? You think he was just fascinated about cookies and cakes and tarts? That's why I just love these tarts.
Oh, do you think he loved hard bondage? How about that one? Listen, baking cakes is better than sitting back here lifting bricks.
Yeah, it was way better.
So he sat back here and mastered lifting bricks. He said, man, you're good at this. You know how to sit back here. I want you to be my number 2. And everywhere he was requested to be his number 2 because he learned how to serve and follow and have the mind of the leader.
The dynamics of service.
And then because of that, he got to number 2 under Pharaoh. But that's how you get to be a wise judge, to instruct your people. You learn how to be a great servant and a follower. And then you get pulled up. This is for everybody. Everybody wants to be the head dog. Did Joseph say, hey man, I've been a good servant for like 15 years, man. That's time for me to get a promotion. Did Joshua do that? Or was Joshua so excellent in his work, they said, we want to promote him?
Gotcha.
So promotion comes from who?
The Lord.
The Lord. So we all want to be the top person, but you have to serve and be obedient and let time promote you. That's how we have to learn in a camp, for brothers and sisters that work at the job. If you're not getting the promotion, you're not doing enough. Or you're not doing what you're doing effective enough to get what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So instead of being mad that somebody's being put over to replace you, what do you have to change in your character to get the promotion you're looking for? Because once you learn that, then you can have real impact and lead the way you say you want to. You have to follow better. Read on. Read verse 1 again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 verse 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers.
So he's talking about how the judges, the people start to fall in line with the pace of the person that's in front over time. So John Hyrcanus is showing through his actions That the Most High is honoring him, watching him, and the people are starting to pattern themselves after his good example. Read on.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Mm-hmm.
An unwise king destroyeth his people.
An unwise king destroys the people. And this is what's been happening all throughout these succession of times. The unwise king brings his people down to greater servitude. This is what was happening with Aristobulus II that we're going to read into a few weeks, well, a few months down the line. And every bad king took his nation down to the pits. But the good king brings the household and the nation to the top.
Quality of life is better.
Yes.
But bad policies got bad quality of life.
All facts. So what does that mean? We need to make sure. Well, listen, Israel is very fortunate when they have the opportunity to have good leaders present themselves ahead of time. The crazy thing is the way we did kingships and all that kind of stuff. The problem was every son ain't on point. Every son doesn't do things the right way. So the nation is putting their hands in the people whose sons might be dirtbags or they might be like their father. Who the hell knows? But keep going.
Because the certain sons may have a different set of priorities.
Yeah.
And different set of disciplines than the father. Or might not acquire the disciplines of the father.
I know, and that you just don't know. It's a coin toss. Listen, for instance, Simon was a good man. Luckily, John Hyrcanus was too. But we're going to read and find out, was John Hyrcanus' sons the same way? We're reading about Aristobulus fighting wars. He might have been a monster and a beast. I mean, and a beast in war. That don't mean he was an honorable man in the spirit. Because what I read already, he wasn't a very good guy.
His ethics weren't pure.
Listen, he threw his mama in jail. That's a little snippet about how he moved. He killed his brothers and threw his mama in jail. How on point is he going to be?
It's the kind of guys. You only get so much for that kind of guy.
Listen, man. And listen, so that unwise king is going to destroy the people. So all the good works his daddy and granddaddy did is almost going to be, he's like balling in reverse.
Yeah.
And we're going to lose everything that these brothers and this son had put their hands into. Unfortunately. But read on.
But through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
So there's a lot of pressure on leadership to keep producing and doing things the right way. Because with prudence, at least with prudence, the city can be sustained. At least with prudence. Listen, John Hyrcanus at least had prudence. He might not have been in a complete spirit all the time, but he had prudence. And that was why things flourished. Read on.
The power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
And the crazy thing is, he says in due time the Most High will send a profitable person to lead the nation. But that doesn't happen every generation. The crazy thing is, what does that mean? He says, the power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord. And in due time, he will set over it one that is profitable. Well, what does that mean? That means sometimes he puts people that are profitable over it. Sometimes he what? And sometimes you got to accept that the person over you at the time wasn't that profitable. It reminds you, you're nothing. We're nothing. And we have to truly learn to deal with the bricks we got. Truly learn to deal with the good leaders we get sometimes, the bad leaders we get sometimes, the good conditions we get sometimes, and the bad conditions we get sometimes. Because whether you're getting the short end of the stick or the good end of the stick, it comes from who?
Most High.
And that's the truth. If you had a bad boss, a good boss, that comes from what?
Most High.
He said eventually a profitable leader will come and represent the Most High better.
And that's called hope and faith.
And then sometimes you're going to get a bad leader. It's a very humbling reality, like that 586 AD shirt, or BC shirt, is a humbling tributary shirt, is a humbling reality. Also reality, sometimes you might get a bad leader, sometimes you might get a good leader, and you have to live your entire life under a bad king. How many white people that live under bad kings? There was only 2 generations that lived under Hezekiah and Josiah. Everybody else, a lot of times, had bad kings. Huh?
Well, a lot of times people under good leadership are, on their worst behavior, and then people under bad leadership have to be on their best behavior.
That's my point.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
But you can't sit
says,
back and complain.
how do you do you keep your discipline when you have a guy that is making quality choices, and then when guys making bad choices, do you make good decisions despite his bad choices?
But the question still is, it's up to the Most High to determine what type of lot in life you're going to have to live.
Yeah.
It's up to the Most High to determine. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you a bad leader, and you better read the hell out of the Bible while you're under this bad leader.
Regardless.
No.
Or I want you to be under a good leader and sit back here and enjoy the fruits of his good decisions. That's up to the Lord. You know what that also means? You can't complain about the dad you got. You can't complain about the mom you got. Because whether the dad or mom are on point or not, you got to roll with the punches and deal with the good and the bad. And still learn the lessons that the Most High has provided for you. He said, and eventually, he said, read verse 4 again.
Verse 4. The power of the earth is in the hand of the Lord, and in due time.
What does due time mean? Does that mean your time? Does that mean your lifetime?
Nope.
It might not be your lifetime. In due time.
Whenever he wants.
Whenever he wants to. It might be your kids get the benefit of it. It may be your grandkids.
Just still a blessing.
It's all good.
It's still unknown.
It's unknown, so stop looking for it. So quit your yapping. Quit your complaining. Quit your belly aching like the 20s show. Quit your belly aching. And accept how the Most High, the beautiful condition he put you in, and see the goodness. Read on.
And in due time he will set over it one that is profitable.
Read on.
Verse 5. And in the hand of the Most High is the prosperity of man.
In the hand of the Most High is the prosperity of man. You know what that means? He determines if your work ethic is sufficient for a blessing. He determines if the work of your hands is sufficient to get taken care of and considered. It's up to him. So he's looking at your works to determine if he's going to allow you to be prosperous or not. And if you're not, it's because he hasn't deemed you've done enough to earn prosperity. Read on.
And upon the person of the scribe shall he lay his honor.
The person who was committed to the book will be honorable. The one that's committed to studying and learning, he'll be honored. And with that, we're going to sit back and shut down class if there's not any other questions. Let's send our prayers up.
Thank you.
Thank you for what, man?
No, it's not. Thank you to people.
For what? What would they do? What do people do? Hey, people were listening?
We're learning. I think the people are learning, bro.
I hope so. Okay. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh,
Please listen to us right now.
please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over, bless,
heal,
protect, and make strong
and make strong
the people of Yasharallah.
the people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood, much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins.
and forgive all our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee,
Is
is our hope, always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Award. Ra'ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Ha'ayom. Korah. La Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hand.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
It is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
La Duwa.
La Duwa.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tuwa.
Tuwa.
Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Yam. Yachad. Hasheman. Hatuwa. Ayo. Hara'ash. Yarad. Ayo. Hazakwan. Zakwan. Aharad. Shayarad. Ayo. Payat. Marawat Yawa. Kato. Karamwan. Shayarad. Ayo. Haroya. Tazayawan. Kaya. Sham. Tazuwa. Yahweh. Habaraka. Kayayim. Harulam. Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Ba'Shem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Rakhanoah. Washarolim. Wabiat. Support. Turn. 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 Barak they how.
Barak they how.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how.
Barak they how.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how.
Barak they how.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how.
Barak they how.
Barak they how shot.
Barak they how shot.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All long suffering.
All long-suffering.
All honor.
All honor.
All promotion.
All promotion.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By Hashem.
By Hashem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Water.
Water.
Yad.
Yad.
Man.
Aman.
So look.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, wa Yahweh Shai, wa Kriyash Allah, Minute Israel, Muslim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua for the come.
Come to Salah. Come to Salah. Come to Salah. Top. Turn and face the sisters. Sisters, please stand. Mom Shabbat. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Barak.
Yahweh by Hashem Yahushua. Yes, what's up? Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, Tawad for tuning in. We appreciate everybody. Thank you for the time that you spent listening to us teach these scriptures, and we'll see you guys on Monday. Tawada and Shalom.